Chapter 1717. Currently, in the middle and lower reaches of the Guangling River, the Qingju Navy had the advantage of looking down from above. It had always been Cao Chongqing personally leading the Guangling Navy downstream. However, because the overall battle strength of the Qingju Navy was not as good as the latter, they could only continue to be in a stalemate. It could be said that victory or defeat would only be decided outside the river. They could only watch as life and death were exchanged on the vast land north of Guangling. As a result, of the two people in charge of the Qingju Navy, one of them, Wei Yidong, who had the reputation of being the Dragon King, had already gone to the capital to meet the emperor. He had already gone to Zhao Yi's palace to become an honored guest and could be considered to have withdrawn. This made things difficult for the commander of the navy, Zhao Zun, who was only the king of Jing in name. The arrogant soldiers and valiant generals under the command of the southern conquering general Wu Zhongshuan did not take this young king seriously. Even the local officials did not like Zhao Zun, who had left their territory. As a result, Zhao Zun could only stay on a yellow dragon ship and refuse to receive guests. Of course, there was no one for the young king to refuse guests. It was said that every day, the fine wine that was bought from both sides of the river and sent to the ship had never stopped. Most likely, he was hiding to drown his sorrows. But in reality, not only was Zhao Zun not depressed, he was in high spirits. Other than having the beautiful woman who resembled the old princess Jing'an by his side, Zhao Zun had a map of the Liang Mang Pass and a map of the situation in Guangling hanging on the two walls of the cabin. Every day, he would move a chair to sit upright and still, pondering the future trends of the two battlefields. Although Zhao Zun knew that in the short term, he was destined to be a ridiculous king of Jing with no soldiers, Zhao Zun had learned a skill from the old king of Jing, Zhao Heng, and that was to endure and lie dormant. And the advisor that the old king of Jing'an had left for him had taught Zhao Zun the second thing, which was to retreat in order to advance. The loss of the Qingju cavalry was equivalent to cutting off one of his own arms, but this allowed him to sit firmly on the throne of king of Jing'an and even have a slight surplus. After all, he had taken charge of the Qingju Navy. The following sacrifice of the 10,000-strong Jinggan youths was the first time he had acted on his own initiative without the blind young man by his side. Zhao Zun was rather pleased. If the court had not sent Wen Taiyi and Ma Zhongxian, the two new border officials, to his territory, then it would have been even more perfect. Especially Wen Taiyi, this old Qingju official who was familiar with the Jinggan officialdom. After Hong Lingshu entered the capital, assistant minister Wen suddenly made a comeback after many years and returned to his hometown with the illustrious identity of the Jinggan king of Jing'an. As for Ma Zhongxian, after all, he was an outsider. The Qingju officialdom was famous for being xenophobic. Furthermore, it was a big taboo for the local military and political bosses to flirt with each other. It was unlikely that Ma Zhongxian would truly be on the same side as Wen Taiyi. Today, Zhao Zun was sitting under the wall again, holding the wine pot with two fingers and gently shaking it. He turned his head and smiled at the woman sitting on the chair next to him. Before that Mr. Lu betrayed me, he left a long letter of more than 10,000 words. In it, he mentioned the situation of Qingju in the middle and later stages of the Guangling War. He said that the next Jinggan Jingdao administrator might be Yuan Guo, who was abandoned by Zhong Lu in his early years, and the Jidushi would be Hong Lingshu, the local snake. As a result, you see, our Mr. Lu also has times when he sees wrong. The woman frowned. She didn't blindly agree with the young king to hit the counselor when he was down, but she didn't hide her lecturing tone. Mr. Lu worked hard for the prince 2 years ago. Even if he didn't finish well, he didn't do anything bad to you. So you shouldn't be so sarcastic to him. As the lord of a region, you should have the tolerance to match it. Zhao Zun wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "I was wrong." She sighed. It would be good if Mr. Lu still stayed by the prince's side. She was now secretly criticized as a female vassal king in the upper echelons of Qingju. Even Hong Lingshu speculated before leaving that it was this unknown woman who had whispered pillow talk to the young vassal king and squeezed out the blind counselor who had always disliked her. But whether it was her or Zhao Zun, they both knew that this wasn't the case. The person who really wanted Lu Shu to leave Qingju was the young emperor sitting on the dragon throne in Taiyan City. They were about the same age and had the same surname. One was a young king wearing a python robe, while the other was a young emperor wearing a dragon robe. The difference was like heaven and earth. Zhao Zun knew that Lu Shu didn't have a choice, but his feelings for Lu Shu had always been very complicated and dark. There was both admiration and fear. He wanted to be a good friend, but he also wanted to convince this person. Zhao Zun raised the exquisite wine jug and took a sip. His smile deepened. The world doesn't know why Mr. Shu is marching south, but I know. He loves beauties and not the country. In the past, I was indeed very jealous of him. Now that I think about it, why did he have to be like this? The woman he liked was the monarch of a country that controlled half of the Central Plains. But in the end, she was first coveted by the handsome disciple of the Song family. There were also countless officials in the court who helped to create momentum. When the situation was not good, Cao Changqing had to leave the navy. When the civil and military officials finally calmed down, she was put on the stove and had to personally lead the army. I just received a few spy reports. The great scholars raised by Da Chu actually took the initiative to leak secret information to the outside world. That woman actually didn't go to the ancient battlefield of the Western Wall at the first line of defense. Instead, she was secretly imprisoned in the imperial palace. Each one of them was sanctimonious, saying that the ruler could not be in danger, just in case. But in reality, wasn't it because they were thinking that when the West Chu capital was breached, they could push their emperor out as a scapegoat for the civil officials? If they didn't have this priceless proof of allegiance, when West Chu's generals were all dead, as civil officials who rebelled with Cao Changqing, they wouldn't have any bargaining chips to make a deal with the Liang imperial court. At that time, would they have a way out? Zhao Zun sneered. I heard that a few of Wu Zhongshuan's valiant generals had all made a military pledge. Wu Zhongshuan also promised his confidants that whoever breached West Chu's capital city first, he, Wu Zhongshuan, would be able to ask His Majesty to punish the fallen Empress Jiang Sai on her own. The one who breached the city would get the beauty. What a great bonus. No wonder almost everyone in the Nanjiang army on the Western Front is fighting like crazy. They don't care about the consequences. Other than the pitiful He Maro, who was beaten half to death by Xu Yanbing in Taiyuan City, no one else has such luck. From the #1 halberd user in the world, Wang Tongshan, to Tang He and Li Chunyu, all of them have spent all their money on their subordinates. There were even some who didn't hesitate to take risks and secretly borrow large amounts of money from local officials. Wu Zhongshuan naturally turned a blind eye to this. Zhao Zun rubbed his chin and gloated. Wang Tongshan, who was heavily relied on by King Zhaobing in the past, actually left the old Du Mountain battlefield that he was in charge of when he heard that Jiang Sai was personally leading the troops to the front line of the Western Wall. He only led 18 elite cavalrymen and charged 300 li to the north. He even broke through the formation of the two armies by himself and unexpectedly broke through the formation by 200 steps. There were no less than 100 West Chu generals who died under his halberd, and all of them died miserably. TSK, it's a pity that Wang Tongshan only found out afterwards that the woman was not the Empress of West Chu. But after this battle, I'm sure you've heard of Wang Tongshan's famous words. Although it's a little vulgar and indecent, it did express the thoughts of many men in the world. Haha, little Jiang girl, I'm General Wang Tongshan. I have a large halberd in my hand and a small halberd in my crotch. I've heard that your swordsmanship is not bad. Do you dare to fight with me, Wang Tongshan? I'll make you admit defeat on and off the bed. When Zhao Zun said this, he couldn't help but laugh so hard that he almost cried. But his eyes were gloomy, as if he was saying, so what if HSU Fengnian is the leader of 300,000 cavalrymen? So what if you're one of the 4 Grand Masters of martial arts evaluation? Can you really break through several Liang battlefronts to save your woman? Unlike the king of Jing'an who was overjoyed, Zhao Zun's eyes were gloomy. She was also a woman, so she naturally felt sad. In this chaotic world, how many women, especially beautiful women, could escape from calamity by sheer luck? Zhao Zun considerately leaned forward and patted the back of her hand. His eyes were gentle as he said, "Don't worry. I, Zhao Zun, will not let you down in this life." Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly stood up and dragged Zhao Zun up from the chair in an almost unreasonable manner. Then, she shielded him behind her. Chapter 17:18. When she saw the familiar yet strange back, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face turned pale, and her body began to tremble violently. So much so that her 5 fingers clenched the young lord tightly. Zhao Zun's face was full of pain because of the pain, but just like her, when he saw the back, he forgot the pain in an instant and only felt fear. Like fish, insects, and mayflies suddenly saw a flood dragon crossing the river. It was a tall and slender figure, 2 blades hanging from his waist. He was currently standing under the opposite wall, one hand resting on the edge of the chair, his head raised as he looked at the somewhat crude map of Liang Mang Pass. She bit her lips so hard that blood oozed out, but she didn't realize it. King of Jing'an and Zhao Zun's backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. The uninvited guest who shouldn't have appeared here didn't turn around. He just continued to stare at the map and slowly said, "We are all acquaintances. Seeing that you are chatting happily, I didn't want to disturb you." Zhao Zun really hoped that he could straighten his back at this moment, even if he could say a few words of courage. But even he himself found that his teeth were chattering when he spoke. "Why are you here?" The man's tone didn't change at all. "I was originally looking for Chen Zhibao. I just found that you were nearby, so I came to say hello. If it weren't for you, King of Jing'an, who revealed the secret, this king really wouldn't know that she actually didn't appear at the west wall defense line." The more this person talked about the old days calmly, the more she and Zhao Zun felt that their guts were going to explode. This person even dared to kill the heavy cavalry that appeared in the capital. He even dared to kill the celestial immortals that the imperial astronomer respectfully worshipped for hundreds of years. He came to visit silently, so how could he kill 2 people silently? Zhao Zun didn't know where his courage came from. His eyes were red, and he suddenly shouted at the back of the figure, "Hsu Fengnian, you dare to kill me?" Hsu Fengnian turned around and pulled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. That kind of look made the young king of Jing'an feel even more indignant and humiliated. "Are you really going to kill the vassal of Liang and publicly declare a rebellion?" Hsu Fengnian asked. "Is the vassal King Zhao of Liang very valuable?" Zhao Zun's expression was uncertain. Hsu Fengnian added, "The first 2 Jing'an palace consecrators to arrive are dead, just now. As for those death warriors and retainers from the prince's mansion, even if the yellow dragon warship is packed with people and stacked into a human pyramid, will it really be enough for this king to kill?" Zhao Zun finally broke down and staggered back a step. The young vassal king of Liang, who was the first to succeed in inheriting the throne, tried to take another step forward, but he just couldn't do it. When Hsu Fengnian appeared in front of Zhao Zun in an instant, the woman was still trembling and didn't have the courage to make a move. She didn't even have the courage to slightly raise her arm. Hsu Fengnian reached out and grabbed the dignified king of Jing'an by the neck and lifted him off the ground. "The reason why I didn't kill you today is because a good-for-nothing like you would be more useful to the Zhao family of Liang than dead. Zhao Zun, tell me, Zhao Heng used his old life to help you fight for your inheritance. Isn't that a loss?" Zhao Zun, whose eyes were bloodshot, grabbed that arm with both hands, but his hands were powerless and his efforts were in vain. Hsu Fengnian carried Zhao Zun out of the cabin and came to the railing. He lifted him up high and smashed the king of Jing'an into the water. The strength of the throw was so great that it created a large splash on the surface of the Guangling River. This was already the 2nd time Zhao Zun had become a drowned rat. The last time was when the king of Jing'an was His Royal Highness at the Lake of the Spring Deity. This time, he was already a vassal king and it was at the Guangling River. The woman, whose real name was supposed to be Xu Xiu, was wearing the root-shaped face that she had painstakingly made. She stood not far away with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She didn't dare to look at Hsu Fengnian and said in a trembling voice, "His Royal Highness." Suddenly realizing that this young man was no longer His Royal Highness, Xu Xiu hurriedly whispered, "Prince, Xu Xiu didn't let down Beiliang all these years." The news of Lu Shu leaving Qingju was also passed to the Fu Shui room by this servant. This servant just didn't. Speaking to this point, she couldn't say another word. She waited for a moment, but the king of Beiliang didn't make a killing move. She then raised her head and saw him looking into the distance, his gaze focused on a particularly majestic yellow dragon ship. She gritted her teeth and jumped into the river. HSU Fengnian didn't pay any attention to Xu Xiu's actions and disappeared in a flash. The ship under his feet suddenly sank more than 10 feet. Huge waves surged on the surface of the Guangling River, rumbling loudly. The movement was so great that even a nearby ship began to sway incessantly. On the ship about 2,000 feet away, the white-clothed man who rarely appeared in the Navy's field of vision, the famous King of Shu, stood at the bow of the ship. In his hand, he held the world's second most famous spear, the plum wine. Above the river, a figure appeared in the air that was still higher than the ship. Chen Jibao's wrist shook. Although the plum wine spear used the end of the spear as the spearhead to stab into the air, the spearhead that was temporarily held in Chen Jibao's hand had already turned from green to purple. With the ship as the center, the river surface within 100 feet was like hundreds of flood dragons rolling together. Today's Guangling River, which didn't have much wind, suddenly had giant waves that reached the heavens appear out of nowhere. And in the sky that Chen Jibao's spear point was pointed at, a hole was opened in the clouds. Sunlight spilled through and fell on the earth, forming a giant pillar of light visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the plum wine in Chen Jibao's hand went from vertical to horizontal. Not only that, the spear in the middle was pressed against his arm. A spear that crossed the river chopped down on the plum wine. After a brief moment of silence, the giant ship that Chen Jibao was on had no more buildings. All of the buildings on the deck had been smashed to smithereens by the boundless qi that was sent flying in all directions. The spear that crossed the river pressed down. Chen Jibao and the plum wine didn't move at all. However, the already broken ship sank even further, like a sinking ship that was rapidly leaking water. Very quickly, there was no trace of the ship on the Guangling River. Chen Jibao seemed to be standing on the surface of the water, holding the spear horizontally. The yellow dragon warships of the Qingju Navy all around swayed and slid backwards. The few warships that were the main force of the Navy, the Swan Ni, showed signs of capsizing, not to mention the smaller ships that showed their diameters. They were directly upside down on the surface of the Guangling River. Chen Jibao's expression was as usual. Looking at the empty river surface 100 steps away, he twisted his wrist. Finally, for the first time, he was facing an enemy with a spear. Plum Wine's spear body was surrounded by green and purple qi. Under the sunlight, the spearhead was like a rainbow glass. The sleeves of the white-clothed war saint were already in tatters. Moreover, under the mountain-like impact of the spear that crossed the river, the arm that was blocking the plum wine was already slightly bleeding. In Chen Jibao's line of sight, HSU Fengnian was standing on the surface of the river. The Beiliang blade hanging from the right side of his waist was still sheathed. The present Jianghu already knew that the new Liang King HSU Fengnian's true trump card was the blade in his left hand. So when his right hand pulled out the blade hanging from the left side of his waist, it signified that the true difference between life and death was in the next moment. Chen Jibao calmly said, "I didn't expect this." He was far from being injured to the core, and HSU Fengnian was even more so. But even so, in the first exchange of blows between the two martial grandmasters, that yellow dragon ship had been easily pressed into the water by HSU Fengnian with a single strike. Just how much power did it take to completely push a giant ship floating on the river surface into the water? To watch the battle from the side? To watch the fire from across the river? To clap and cheer a few times and give some pointers? The battered and exhausted Qingju Navy did not lose their minds. They scattered in all directions, not even caring about saving people. Chen Jibao, his white robes fluttering, laughed. "When you return to your peak, when I become a saint, it won't be too late to fight. Of course, if you can get there first, I won't run. If I am faster than you won't be able to escape either." HSU Fengnian did not speak. This new Liang King only used the unsheathed blade in his left hand to tell the white-clothed war saint that there were some things that you, Chen Jibao, could not decide. On this day, the great Guangling River, the 100 li of river surface was like two celestial giants striking the water with hammers. The sky was dim and the earth was dark. There were unofficial records in later generations that the Guangling River's water flowed backwards on this day. A white-clothed king of Shu sat cross-legged on a broken ship that undulated with the waves. The plum wine casually rested on his knees. The river surface was calm and the sleeves of his robes fluttered, making this king of Shu, who commanded troops like a god, seem even more like an immortal. His heart was slightly shifted to the left, dripping with blood. Chen Zhibao gently placed his hands on the plum wine, neither sad nor happy. He looked up at the sky in silence. He withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at the river. Occasionally, a river carp swam quickly near the deck of the ship. This white-clothed war saint, who seemed to have never had any friends, and who had never met with anyone honestly, suddenly thought of a story he had heard when he was young. "You are not a fish. You are not me." On the distant northern shore, there was a young man with two blades again. After crossing the south, he returned to the north. He headed north to see her. It would be good to see her. But before seeing her, he had to kill someone first. Wang Tongshan. Chapter 17-19. The front line of Old Du Mountain in Guangling Road was the main attack direction of the Nanjiang army. It was also the key defense area of one of the main forces of West Chu, the 40,000 troops. Therefore, Wu Zhongshuan sent Wang Tongshan, the first person in the Nanjiang army, to be in charge of the battle here, to prevent the West Chu rebels led by Pei Sui from causing trouble. Although Wang Tongshan did not have an advantage in terms of military strength, he only had 20,000 infantry. However, the mountainous Nanjiang Road did not have a large-scale cavalry. Although Wu Zhongshuan had a cavalry army built with a lot of money, it was previously cheated by Zhao Zhu, the crown prince of Yankai. It was equivalent to not returning alone. Wu Zhongshuan, who had betrayed Nanjiang and surrendered to the imperial court, did not fuss over every ounce. Wang Tongshan's 20,000 infantry were the most elite infantry under Wu Zhongshuan's command except for the 6,000 personal troops. They absorbed many southern tribes and were the most valiant and fearless. It was because of Wang Tongshan's bravery and his subordinates' willingness to die in battle that Wu Zhongshuan, who valued military discipline the most, did not directly punish Wang Tongshan, who ignored military law. Instead, he let this valiant general redeem himself on the battlefield of Old Du Mountain. In the main general's tent, a burly middle-aged man was bare-chested. He raised his head and poured wine into his mouth. Drinking wine was not enough to describe this person's heroism. The wine splashed everywhere and flowed all over his body. Under his feet was the back of a naked woman. There was a scarlet halberd on the ground beside him. Drinking wine and women were forbidden in the army. In any army of the Liang dynasty, these were two ironclad rules. However, it was obvious that this person did not take it seriously. He drank wine and played with women as usual. However, as long as there was a battle, he would take the lead. It was not that he wanted to win people's hearts. The reason was simple. He liked to kill people. So much so that he, who was originally the general of the south, had to be personally sent to the northern border by the crown prince of Yankai to be Wu Zhongshuan's subordinate. In Nailan Yu's words, if he continued to kill, the southern tribes would be wiped out in less than 3 years. He was undoubtedly a legendary figure with an extremely notorious reputation in the southern border. He was illiterate and extremely vulgar, but he liked to pretend to be cultured. He invited, or more accurately said, kidnapped, several scholars to be his doghead military counselors. He even gave himself the absurd nickname of General Joy because he was not happy without women, he was not happy without wine and meat, and he was even more unhappy without people dying. The two catchphrases that he often said were Fatty Chu in Beiliang is only half a villain compared to me and Cheng Baishuang Ji Luan is only half a master compared to me. The former. The first sentence was hard to say. After all, one of them was in northern Liang while the other was in southern Jiang. The second sentence was without a doubt. He was not boasting. He once ran directly to the gate of the Dragon Palace, one of the top 10 sects in the world, with his halberd and clamored for Palace Master Ji Luan to obediently hand over Lin Hongyuan and serve him for 3 nights. Otherwise, he would massacre the entire Dragon Palace. In fact, when Lin Hongyuan left Nanjiang, she disguised herself and went to the snow villa by the Spring God Lake to participate in the martial arts circle convention. To a large extent, she wanted to avoid this person's pestering. At that time, if Cheng Baishuang, the recognized #1 master in Nanjiang, did not pass by the Dragon Palace, even if Ji Luan and the master behind the Dragon Palace was Nailan Yusi, they could not escape. This person was Wang Tongshan, the #1 halberd user in the world and the #1 general in Nanjiang. In front of Wang Tongshan, who was drinking with his head raised, stood a thin old Confucian scholar who had to wear iron armor. He looked straight ahead and did not dare to look at the woman at the foot of Wang Tongshan. He carefully reported the latest battle situation to the general. I just received a secret report from the capital of West Chu. The source is quite reliable. It is a letter written by a left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The letter says that Xie Shibian has secretly come to the front line of Laodu Mountain. But it seems that he only brought 200 or 300 cavalry. I guess that he came to stabilize the morale of the army. After all, he still needs to show up at the West Wall to control the situation. With the general here, it is only a matter of time before West Chu loses Laodu Mountain. Xie Shibian would rather defend the West Wall battlefield than waste his troops here. Wang Tongshan was indifferent to Xie Shibian's movements and the advisor's flattery. He lifted his foot and stepped on the poor woman's snow-white back. He asked with a smile, "Old Zhong, if I say that I will give this beautiful woman to you, will you accept her?" The old Confucian scholar hurriedly bowed. I don't dare to." Wang Tongshan grinned and said, "Oh, I didn't know that old Zhong was a gentleman. Don't you scholars often say that a gentleman doesn't take what others like? I think you are a genuine gentleman. I am very pleased to have an advisor like you." The counselor surnamed Zhong's face turned pale. He bent down even lower and muttered in fear, "General, I'm not a gentleman. I'm just an old man with a bad reputation. I've ruined your reputation. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Wang Tongshan laughed heartily. Good. What a good old man. Compared to my General Huan, you are thousands of miles away. But as an official under my banner, you are barely qualified. Speaking of which, you don't even let your own daughter-in-law go. You deserve to die, but you are lucky to have met a general who treats his subordinates the most. Although the old advisor lowered his head and continued to flatter, there was no resentment or indignation on his face. It was Wang Tongshan who forced him to be the infamous old man who had ruined his reputation in Nanjiang. Otherwise, his family of 60 people would all become targets on the martial arts field. He did not dare to die. Even his daughter-in-law with a miserable background did not dare to commit suicide. That woman eventually became a lunatic. She was the one who drove herself crazy. Wang Tongshan's eyes were gloomy and showed a hint of killing intent. But after hesitating for a moment, he curled his lips and said with a smile, "Since you don't want her, and I am tired of playing with this woman, she can die." Wang Tongshan's words were understated. It seemed that he stepped lightly, but he broke the woman's spine. Her body fell limp to the ground. For the woman who had a cloth skirt and a wooden hairpin, as well as a wife and children, it was probably better to be dead than alive. Wang Tongshan didn't even look at the corpse. He stared at the back of the old Confucian scholar whose clothes were soaked. This made Wang Tongshan feel satisfied, so he fiercely gulped down another mouthful of liquor and then shook the wine bag. It turned out that he had unknowingly drunk all of it. Wang Tongshan casually waved his hand and the goatskin wine bag heavily smashed onto the old man's head. Seeing the pitiful person still dizzy and disoriented sitting on the ground, Wang Tongshan sneered in his heart. "Aren't you scholars the leaders of the southern border's literary world? Aren't you unyielding? Didn't you point fingers at me, Wang Tongshan, behind my back? Didn't you think that you could scold me after escaping to Zhenju in the north of Nanjiang? I just want to let you know that our Nanjiang is not the Beiliang road under the rule of lame Shu. I, Wang Tongshan, am not an old cripple who has no ambition. Scholars who dare to gossip beside my ears will be better off dead. Zhao Zhu, that little bastard, wanted to kill me for a long time. What was the result? Didn't I change places and continue to be a happy general? That kid even dared to assassinate me personally. What was the result? Wasn't it because Nalan Yusi sacrificed more than 20 elite men of sacrifice to protect him and escape?" Wang Tongshan asked the old man who had a more broken spine than the dead woman under his feet to get out. Then he leaned against the big chair alone and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Wu Zhongshuan joining the imperial court was a good thing. He might be able to rely on this Battle of Guangling to shock the world, rising from the barren south border to the court of Great Peace City. In the future, it would not be an extravagant hope for him to become a great general. Cruel and bloodthirsty, strict in governing the army, Wang Tongshan believed that as long as he had the heaviest halberd in the world in his hand, even if he left the southern border alone without bringing a single soldier with him, not only would the imperial court of Liyang try their best to recruit him, any army would also offer him their military power. Wang Tongshan laughed. But the most important thing now was to break through the defense line at Old Du Mountain, drive straight into the hinterland of Guangling Road, and reach the capital of West Chu in one go. I don't care if you, Wu Zhongshuan, will intercede with the son of Zhao family. I, Wang Tongshan, will eat that beauty surnamed Jiang first. Then I will completely stand on my own. You, Wu Zhongshuan, can become the Minister of War through your connections. I'm not stupid. I can also temporarily bow my head and flatter a few words. As long as I make the young son of Emperor happy, and with the foundation of breaking through the rebellion in Guangling Road, the title of Great General will definitely be mine. Wang Tongshan's smile grew wider. Thinking of the gossip, he was even happier. Not only was Jiang Sai the Empress of West Chu wearing a dragon robe, but she was also rumored to be the woman the king of Beiliang liked. Wang Tongshan snorted coldly and reached out to grab the halberd beside him. What bullshit, 4 grandmasters. Ji Liuan, who is in the Finger Xian realm, only needs 3 halberds. Awarding you 30 halberds should be enough, right? At this moment, an armored lieutenant strode into the tent. Wang Tongshan was furious, but before he could vent, the middle-aged lieutenant who was usually good at observing people's expressions cupped his fists and said, "General, 3 teams of scouts have reported back one after another, saying that a young man is heading towards our army's encampment." Wang Tongshan lazily squinted and said, "Oh? How many soldiers and horses did he bring? Is there 5,000? The lieutenant had a strange expression. "General, there is only one person. Our scouts have already carefully checked the surroundings. There are no ambushes." Wang Tongshan glared and said, "Did water enter the brains of those scouts? One head is not a military merit. Could it be that all of them have become kind-hearted and are starting to care whether that guy is a commoner or not?" The lieutenant's expression became even more strange. He swallowed and said, "General, that young man kept saying that he wants to see you. He even dared to mention your name. Our scouts are afraid that he might be an old acquaintance of yours. After all, this lieutenant was a trusted aide who had worked hard even if he didn't have any merits." Wang Tongshan didn't kill him wantonly. He just laughed and said, "What old acquaintance do I have?" Chapter 1720. The lieutenant seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly said, "General, it is reported that there are 2 blades hanging from the young man's waist. One of them is very similar to the Beiliang blade, but it is different from the Shu Wu Dao that we are familiar with. Our scouts are also not sure." Wang Tongshan was finally interested. He sat up slightly. "Oh, perhaps it is the 6th generation of the Shu family's blade. Let me think carefully. Does he have any friends related to the Beiliang? The key point is that he is very young." The lieutenant wanted to add that the scout had said that the person was very handsome, but he hesitated. He really did not dare to draw legs on a snake. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded through the army camp. Wang Tongshan. This time, it was unknown where and from who had called out the name, but it was enough to make the 6,000 soldiers nearby thunderous in their ears. The most frightening thing was that the person's tone was clearly extremely calm, as if he had met an acquaintance on the street and casually greeted them. But at this moment, the person's 3 words actually had a faint echo. Wang Tongshan subconsciously tightened his grip on the great halberd that the master craftsman of Nanjiang had spent many years crafting. His face had a rare gloominess. Wang Tongshan let go of the great halberd and said calmly, "They are about 2 miles away. Pass down the order. Mobilize 300 elites to probe. The one who beheads them will be rewarded 10,000 taels of silver and promoted by 3 ranks." The lieutenant accepted the order and turned to leave. Just as he was about to reach the curtain of the large tent, he heard Wang Tongshan order again. "The 600 cavalry that will be used in the future to chase down the defeated troops of Old Du Mountain will also be dispatched. They will be placed behind the infantry. The lieutenant cautiously asked, "General, how should we arrange the camp?" Wang Tongshan sneered and asked, "Is there a need?" The lieutenant, who knew that he had provoked a great misfortune, hurriedly left the tent. Wang Tongshan slowly stood up. When he stood up, he was even more like a small mountain. This unparalleled Nanjiang general said to himself, "Those who do not have good intentions do not come." But who is the young man related to Beiliang? Xu Yanbing. His age does not seem like it. Yuan Baixiong must be the commander of the great snow dragon cavalry. Could it be that young vassal named Xu? There was no reason for that. Why did they ignore Xu Gong and Yuan Tingshan's armies? Could it be that this guy is really related to the Empress of West Chu? Was that little girl really brought to Beiliang by the old cripple? Wang Tongshan's face was full of disbelief, and he laughed involuntarily. "Or, you, Xu Fengnian, have come to make trouble for me alone just because of what I said before the battle." Wang Tongshan sneered. Very well, it would be a great contribution if he could kill the king of Beiliang who was seeking his own death. He believed that in the heart of the young emperor of Great Peace City, he would feel better than killing 100,000 West Chu rebels. Wang Tongshan pulled out his halberd and strode towards the door. However, he suddenly stopped and turned around to put on the armor. This invincible enemy of 10,000 men on the battlefield told himself that this was nothing more than being careful. About 1.5 miles south of the camp, a young man with 2 sabers on his back was walking unhurriedly from south to north. He was coming in a straight line. 300 strong infantrymen were in a formation and blocked the path. At the gate of the camp, Wang Tongshan was riding on a tall horse. He held his halberd and his face was dark. Half an hour later, a scout captain came back on his horse. His face was pale like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He dismounted and knelt on the ground. "General, that person is a martial arts expert, it is true." He just slowly walked towards our infantry formation. He did not pull out his saber or attack. All the sabers and spears that approached him were automatically repelled. The more they used, the stronger the rebound. There were even a dozen iron spears that broke on the spot. "General, our infantry cannot even get close to that person." "Trash." Wang Tongshan roared and stabbed the scout in the chest with his halberd. The halberd lifted the scout's dead body high into the air and then threw it to the ground. About half an hour later, the scouts retreated from the front line in a hurry. A man who looked like a captain was at least 20 steps away from Wang Tongshan. He said in a trembling voice, "General, the 600 cavalrymen couldn't get close to him either. 7 or 8 cavalrymen tried their best to ram into him, but they were all smashed into pieces. After that, the cavalry opened up a distance from 80 to 30 steps away. Arrows rained down, but those arrows seemed to have hit a wall and broke with a bang." Without waiting for this commandant to finish speaking, Wang Tongshan urged his horse forward. That commandant tried to roll and crawl away, but Wang Tongshan just happened to tighten the reins and raise his horse's hooves high before stomping down on that commandant's chest. Wang Tongshan was as strong as a mountain. Coupled with the weight of the horse, the 2 heavy hooves of Wang Tongshan penetrated the captain's chest. Wang Tongshan was enraged. He was ready to fight. A demonstration. This was a demonstration to Wang Tongshan. The clearest and most efficient method, but it was also the most shocking. Raising his halberd, Wang Tongshan turned his head and pointed at a lieutenant. "Let the 2,000-foot soldiers form a formation in front. If you have the ability, let him walk all the way here. I'd like to see how powerful this bastard is." When Wang Tongshan's personal infantry got into formation to resist the enemy was only half a li away from them. The young man had already clearly seen the face of the tall general. Wang Tongshan also clearly saw the appearance of the young man. Almost immediately, Wang Tongshan confirmed his identity. The king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian. Wang Tongshan's breathing began to quicken. The 2,000 southern border armors had deliberately decreased the width and increased the thickness. Hsu Fengnian, who had been walking slowly, began to walk faster and faster. Many years ago, Great Peace City's master Liu Hao had used this unique method to break into the city. He had almost seriously injured Luo Yang, who was at the peak of martial arts at that time. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tongshan saw the young king standing less than 10 steps away. Behind him was a ghastly and bloody path. The infantry formation had been split in half, creating a path that was 6 meters wide. It was like an immortal had cut open a mountain. Alone, in a straight line, he had cut open a large formation. There was not even a trace of blood on his body. The young man did not hold the hilt of his sword at this time. He just asked indifferently, "Scared?" Wang Tongshan held his breath and was not in a hurry to attack. He was not stupid enough to answer the young madman's question. The battle between masters, in the end, was a battle of qi. Being able to circulate the qi in one's body for 800 miles in an instant was a realm that all Jianghu masters dreamed of. It was said that in the past 100 years of Jianghu, before Xu Fengnian, Deng Taya who returned from a visit to the immortals, and Cao Zhongqing who went from the Confucian way to the tyrannical way, only the sword god Li Chungang from 60 years ago and Wang Shenji after that could easily achieve this. They even had the chance to break the legend of 900 miles in one breath. It should be known that Wudong's ancestor Lu, who deserved to be called the number one in 1,000 years, once had a prophecy: the length of a breath is not more than 1,000 miles. And Jiao Shulu, who divided the first grade into 4 realms, had a conclusion: the length of a human's qi is a celestial being. Hsu Fengnian said, "I heard that you, Wang Tongshan, are a match for 10,000 people on the battlefield. Then I guess you are not afraid." If it was me, it would be difficult for me to kill 10,000 people standing still. The captains in the distance did not even dare to breathe. Was this the demeanor of a great grandmaster, one of the 4 wushu judges? Even though they were in the enemy camp, they still felt a kind of heartfelt emotion. This young king of Beiliang was really domineering and domineering. Wang Tongshan, who was wearing heavy armor, suddenly fell down. After his qi sank into his dantian, his mount could not bear the burden. Almost at the same time, Wang Tongshan swept out his halberd. There was a strange sound like silk being torn apart in the air. Hsu Fengnian did not draw his saber. He had taken off his scabbard and held it upside down on his left shoulder. The halberd hit the scabbard, but the scabbard, which was very inconspicuous compared to the halberd, did not move at all. But the halberd bent at an angle. Wang Tongshan twisted his body and the halberd made a circle. This time, the halberd swept toward Hsu Fengnian's waist. It whistled like the wind. The 2 subordinates closest to Wang Tongshan suddenly felt a sharp pain in their waists. The powerful gang qi of the halberd had imperceptibly cut open their iron armor and left a bloody groove. Not only these 2 guys who were implicated, but everyone else turned around and fled. It was not that no one dared to fight Hsu Fengnian, but that Wang Tongshan was on the battlefield. These soldiers of Nanjiang who were willing to die in battle did not want to be a burden to their main general. And not everyone thought that Wang Tongshan could not defeat Hsu Fengnian. Hsu Fengnian, who only held the scabbard in his left hand, lowered his wrist slightly and still stood in the path of the halberd. He still had the mood to talk leisurely. "I heard that not long ago you went to the battlefield on the west side of the west wall. You entered the battlefield a few hundred steps and were very impressive. You also said that you, Wang Tongshan, have 2 halberds." Wang Tongshan still did not speak. He took a step forward and used the halberd as a spear to stab at the young great guru's abdomen. Then, he was about to use the mountain lifting style to cut open the arrogant guy's stomach. Hsu Fengnian gently lifted the scabbard and then gently knocked on the top of the halberd. He said expressionlessly, a joke that would only make the listeners feel chilled. "Is your so-called halberd the one in your hand? Why are you like a woman? What? Are you reluctant to use your full strength? You see, I haven't drawn my saber yet. To be honest, compared to Tuoba Bodhisattva who doesn't use weapons, your so-called 10,000 enemy is a little disappointing. If you only have this little brute force, I can only say that you are really lucky. You have never been to the hinterland of the Central Plains, let alone to the northwest. Otherwise, someone would have beaten you back to your mother's womb. At that time, the 10,000 enemy should suddenly become 100 enemy, or even 1,000 enemy." Chapter 17:21. Wang Tongshan did not utter a word. His feet were like the wind, and dust flew everywhere. The halberd in his hand was swinging so fast that it made people dizzy. Because his speed was too fast, it was as if there was a large pile of halberds in front of Xu Fengnian. Hsu Fengnian, who hadn't pulled out his blade, walked leisurely as if he was pointing at the sheath. He looked relaxed, but every time he pointed, the sound was deafening. Some of the elite soldiers tried to charge forward, but as soon as they got within 100 steps, they would bleed out of their eyes, nose, mouth and ears, and their eardrums would burst. Great Halberd King Tongshan, are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? I can wait. After Xu Fengnian said this, he took more than 10 steps back, taking advantage of the time when Wang Tongshan was about to take a breath, or he would suffer internal injuries from holding his breath. It was not until this moment that all of Wang Tongshan's subordinates had to admit that this was not a peak battle between two great masters, but a man walking a dog. Wang Tongshan didn't take the opportunity to take a breath. He still attacked like a tide. Wherever the halberd passed, there was no sound, but it was more dangerous. Hsu Fengnian finally showed a trace of expression. He put his thumb on the hilt of the river-crossing soldier and sneered, "You are indeed the enemy of 10,000 people in southern Jiang. You really don't need to take a breath. Then I won't be polite." Shocked, Wang Tongshan pulled his halberd back without hesitation. He saw Hsu Fengnian, who didn't have the slightest ripple of qi, slightly lifted his feet off the ground, turned around, and waved his sleeves. A dazzling blade light suddenly exploded in front of him. Wang Tongshan instinctively held the halberd in front of him. Under the collision, Wang Tongshan, who was much stronger than ordinary people, bent his arms to his side and staggered back with the halberd. Without giving Wang Tongshan any chance to change the position of the halberd, Hsu Fengnian's second strike, which was the same in both trajectory and strength, directly chopped down. Wang Tongshan had to retreat again. He chopped down on the halberd again and again. But Wang Tongshan retreated more and more steps each time. Wang Tongshan's hands were forced to slide to the two ends of the halberd. The blood of Wang Tongshan's palms began to smear on the scarlet-red halberd. Hsu Fengnian was like a child with brute force chopping wood with a chopper. He didn't feel bored at all. Wang Tongshan, who only had a little bit of strength left to parry, was forced to retreat more than 140 steps. Wang Tongshan, his forehead were covered in sweat. He saw through the dazzling blade light, and then a series of words that didn't fit a young man's identity as a grandmaster. "How dare you bully my woman?" Wang Tongshan's wangziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziz You of SAA of A's. Aren't you courting death? Of Wang SSSS, I'll smash your face with my halberd. During this time, Wang Tongshan's subordinates, who felt that the scene was too horrible to look at, finally couldn't bear it anymore. They wanted to share the damage with their commander even if it meant risking their lives. Under the lead of a sturdy lieutenant, more than 10 people charged forward with spears and swords. Then the young vassal king only said one word, "Scram," and more than 10 people flew out at the same time. All of the corpses were covered with deep gashes, which were even worse than Wang Tongshan, who was struggling to hold on. The second group of southern borders death warriors numbered more than 100 people. Under the loud reminder of another lieutenant, they put on as many layers of armor as they could. You bastards, how many innocent people have you harmed on your way up north? Beiliang and Beimang fought on 3 fronts, and more than 100,000 people died. So many people have died, and the peaceful days we fought so hard to bring to the Central Plains are gone because of you. Under HSU Fengnian's rage, the 100 men were all chopped in half at the waist. The moment HSU Fengnian used the soldier crossing the river to kill others, Wang Tongshan tried to seize this fleeting opportunity. HSU Fengnian sneered, "You have 2 halberds, right? Today, I'll make you 3 halberd." Just when Wang Tongshan thought that he could breathe again, a saber strike that was countless times fiercer and fiercer than the previous one came crashing down. Wang Tongshan spat out a mouthful of blood as the halberd in his hand was cut in half. Wang Tongshan knelt on one knee, holding a broken halberd in each hand. The southern border's #1 fierce general had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't even dare to reach out to wipe it away. Do you guys think that having a strong fist is all that matters? If this is true, then I, HSU Fengnian, We'll explain it to you today. Hsu Fengnian leaped forward and kicked Wang Tongshan's forehead. The brawny warrior fell to the ground and slid backward for 200 feet. Wang Tongshan gritted his teeth and endured the kick. Although his body was severely injured, he was lucky enough to get a breath of fresh air. Wang Tongshan's spirit was lifted, and he held the halberd in his hands tightly. The corners of his mouth were still bleeding. Chapter 17:22. He bent his elbow and smashed it on the ground, trying to get up again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Tongshan, who had just received a new lease of life, was kicked back to the ground. The armor on his body was immediately broken, and many of the armor fragments even cut through his skin. A sarcastic voice sounded above his head. "Do you think you have a chance to fight again? Are you stupid? I did it on purpose." Wang Tongshan was at a critical moment when a breath of fresh energy was circulating through his body. Not only did this stomp shatter the armor, it even scattered the energy flow within Wang Tongshan's body, causing the energy flow and blood in Wang Tongshan's body to surge like a flood. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Tongshan's Vajra physique was closer to the Buddhist school's invincible Vajra physique than ordinary martial artists, and was somewhat similar to the northern Mang Murong Bading's Aquarius physique, he might have exploded from the inside out. Wang Tongshan roared in a hoarse voice, "Kill me if you want." Hsu Fengnian asked, "If I don't kill you, do you think I'll come here and call you my grandson?" Wang Tongshan roared with all his might, "Son of a B***tch, then kill me." Hsu Fengnian suddenly squinted his eyes and smiled, "I'm waiting patiently for you to use the broken halberd to cut my hamstring." Although his motive was seen through, Wang Tongshan still did not hesitate to use the halberd to cut Hsu Fengnian's ankle horizontally. At the same time, Wang Tongshan's soldiers also shot out more than 20 crossbows at the same time. But those powerful arrows, which were supposed to be aimed at the young lord's body, inexplicably flew towards Wang Tongshan's body and nailed into his limbs one by one. Hsu Fengnian stood near Wang Tongshan's head, put the soldiers back into the scabbard, and then slowly pulled out the Beiliang blade that was still in the scabbard, and bent down to look at the southern Jiang general who was glaring at him. After Hsu Fengnian pulled out the cold blade, he put the tip of the blade to Wang Tongshan's ear and said indifferently, "When Xu Xiao was in the Central Plains, he used the Xu family's blade to kill a lot of people like you." Wang Tongshan's face was already covered in blood, and the corners of his mouth twitched with difficulty. His face seemed even more savage and terrifying as he muttered, "A damned cripple." Hsu Fengnian's cold knife slid across Wang Tongshan's neck inch by inch until the whole head was cut off. Then he said calmly, "I forgot to tell you that when you called my father a cripple, I didn't say anything. He was a cripple and died in the north of the Central Plains. However, the only person in the world who can call him a dead cripple is me, this unfilial son." After the young lord casually picked a warhorse and rode away, even if he was already more than 10 miles away, the entire barracks still fell into a deathly silence. No one rose up to chase after him, and no one clamored to avenge their general. However, there was an old Confucian scholar who was scolded by the scholars of Nanjiang as an accomplice to the Avildor. After seeing Wang Tongshan's head separated from his body, he silently turned around and walked into the barracks. He found himself a large bucket of water and took a bath and changed his clothes. He even had the time to find a sword that he had never touched before and carefully shaved off the stubble on his thin cheeks with it. The old man sat behind a small table in his small tent and trembled as he placed the sword horizontally on the table. After thinking for a while, he stood up and picked up a yellowed ancient book of Confucian sages from the corner of his bag. After sitting down, he casually opened a page of the book without reading the content. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "In the past, the Shu family's cavalry caused my Zhong family to lose 12 official titles, 4,000 mu of fertile land, and 46 precious books. Therefore, my Zhong family, from the old to the young, scolded your Beiliang and Shu family for more than 20 years. I didn't expect that in the end, my Zhong family owes your Shu family more." The old man glanced at the book that he had collected for many years and smiled. "What did you read after reading the books of the sages for a lifetime?" The old man asked himself and answered, "I don't know. I'm a little curious. What books did the sages who wrote the books of the sages read? I still don't know." The old man stretched out his withered hand. His wrist trembled when he put down the sword, but this time, when he picked up the sword, it didn't shake at all. Since he couldn't live a clean life, he should try to die a clean death. Finally, he could die. When a horse appeared and could finally see the city wall of West Chu, the horse finally stopped. After the young man got off the horse, he patted the back of the war horse, indicating that it should leave on its own. This young man named Hsu Fengnian squatted by the side of the road and grabbed a handful of soil. From north to south, and from south to north. He had been to many places and seen many sights. The young man called Xiaonian grew up little by little. In the process of his growth, many people around him left. He couldn't keep them. Just like when he was traveling in the Jianghu, in the beautiful Gangnam-do, he told his elder sister that he wanted to go home together. Just like when he returned home, in the house with loquat trees outside the door, he held the old man's hand and couldn't speak. Hsu Fengnian released his fingers and stood up. He began to enter the city. He wanted to tell the woman with the dimples in the city. Hsu Fengnian liked you. He liked you at first sight. He never thought of not liking you. Perhaps you didn't know before. Then I'll come to you and tell you personally. Chapter 1723. Thousands of riders swept across the flat ridge and arrived at the old Du Mountain defensive line. The main commander was surprisingly Wu Zhongshuan, who led the Ministry of War's Minister of War with the military rank of Great General Zhennan. This veteran general with meritorious service flipped over and fell off his horse. He stood in the middle of the devastated military camp, gripping his horse whip tightly, narrowing his eyes and not saying anything. The bodies of the dead soldiers had been removed, but the bloodstains on the ground were still shocking. It was enough to see the tragedy of the previous battle. Not far away, 4 or 5 military officers came in a line. The armored man in the middle held the head in his hands and knelt down 5 steps in front of Wu Zhongshuan, sobbing. Wu Zhongshuan saw this scene and his face darkened. Wang Tongshan was a key person that the king of Yang used to control the northern troops. In the end, it was because Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu did not trust him, Wu Zhongshuan, in the northern border. Wu Zhongshuan was recruited by the imperial court. It seemed glorious, but in reality, a tall tree attracts the wind. The notorious Wang Tongshan was originally going to be an important chess piece for Wu Zhongshuan, used to attract the attention of the Liang officials, especially the civil officials. For this reason, Wu Zhongshuan purposely suggested to the young emperor a generous condition that even Wang Tongshan himself did not expect. That was to give Wang Tongshan an official title. Although he was not given the title of Marquis, once the Battle of Guangling ended, Wang Tongshan would be able to control the Zhenju region south of the Guangling River with the dual identity of Marquis and General of the South to suppress the King of Yang's southern troops and prevent Zhao Bing from going north. Now that Wang Tongshan had died, not only did the imperial court lose an unparalleled valiant general on the western front, it had a great impact on the Battle of Guangling. It also had a profound impact on Wu Zhongshuan's future plans in the imperial court. How could Wu Zhongshuan not grit his teeth and want to skin the young king? Wu Zhongshuan looked at the head that had died with remaining grievances. His eyes were wide open and his face was ferocious. Even at this moment, seeing Wang Tongshan's head with his own eyes, Wu Zhongshuan could not help but feel a little dazed. Wang Tongshan, who was invincible in the southern border with his military achievements and military power, the valiant general who could overturn an entire tribe with his halberd, died just like that. To be honest, not only did Wu Zhongshuan dislike this person from the bottom of his heart, even Zhao Bing and Nailan Yusi disliked Wang Tongshan, not to mention Crown Prince Zhao Zhu who had personally assassinated Wang Tongshan. However, this was the reality of the world. No matter how tyrannical and cruel Wang Tongshan was, his ability to lead troops into battle was not an exaggeration. The barbarians of the southern border were extremely difficult to tame, and they often changed sides. Today, they would pledge allegiance to him, and tomorrow, they would rebel. Only Wang Tongshan, the god of slaughter, had the highest prestige among the barbarians. Every time the barbarians rebelled, as long as they raised Wang Tongshan's flag, it could be said that they would surrender at the sight of the wind. This led to a big joke in the early years. There was a general who specially spent 200,000 taels of silver to send someone to borrow Wang Tongshan's flag to quell the rebellion in the barren hills and turbulent rivers. Because of this, Zhao Bing, the king of Yang, had no choice but to transfer Wang Tongshan to the northern border. Therefore, the officials of the southern border all regarded the unruly Wang Tongshan as the Shu Xiao of Liyang. He was dead, and the matter had come to this. Wu Zhongshuan sighed and bent down to help the infantry officer who was loyal to Wang Tongshan up. He comforted him, "Officer Sichu, I will definitely avenge General Wang. Even if I have to take the risk of being reprimanded and demoted by the imperial court, I will transfer 5,000 infantry and cavalry to intercept and kill Hsu Fengnian." The officer who was holding the head and covered in blood said in a deep voice, "General, I beg you to let me serve as your vanguard." The rest of the officers in Wang Tongshan's army also cupped their fists and asked, "General, please let us take revenge." Wu Zhongshuan's face was expressionless, but his mind was racing. The officers in front of him and the soldiers under their command totaled more than 10,000. They were all direct subordinates that Wang Tongshan had brought from the southern border to the northern border. Wang Tongshan was bloodthirsty, but he had never been greedy for money. He was willing to give away all rewards, especially when it came to military merits that were reported to the king of Yang. He never deducted anything. Wang Tongshan even gave many of the merits of personally killing the enemy chieftain to his subordinates. Therefore, fighting under Wang Tongshan's command was much faster than fighting under other commands. Ordinary generals used people, dogs and not wolves. Unless they were fierce tigers themselves, they had to worry about their own safety. Wang Tongshan was famous for his ferocity, so he had many fierce generals under his command. In fact, Wu Zhongshuan had been paying attention to this group of captains who were good at war. Originally, he thought that with Wang Tongshan's death, the group would be leaderless. He would push the boat with the current and follow the southern expedition general to fight for a future. But now, it seemed that he might not be able to use them. Wu Zhongshuan patted the shoulder of the infantry officer and pointed his horsewhip at the front line of Laodu Mountain. "As long as you take Laodu Mountain, you can do as you please in Guangling. Not only that, as long as there is news of Hsu Fengnian's whereabouts, I will immediately inform you. Also, the cavalry of Tang He and Li Chunyu will do their best to assist you in stopping Hsu Fengnian." Wu Zhongshuan glanced at Wang Tongshan's head. "As for General Wang, after you take Laodu Mountain, I will submit a memorial to the imperial court. I will only say that your main general died in battle at Laodu Mountain. I will definitely ask the imperial court for a posthumous title." The group of officers accepted the order and thanked him. When Wu Zhongshuan left with his troops, he turned his head back to take a look at that military camp, and then said to the personal army commander beside him indifferently, "Pass on a secret order to Li Chunyu. When Old Du Mountain celebrates their victory, let him lead the troops in a night attack. None of the captains with real authority, including Sichu Yushan, will be left alive. As for how many soldiers he can gather, it will depend on his own ability. At the same time, tell Li Chunyu that if he does not do his job well, and there is any rebellion among Wang Tongshan's old subordinates, Tang He will take over." The personal guard commander led a group of elite cavalry and left quickly. At this time, Wu Zhongshuan deliberately slowed down the speed of his horse. He waited until a young man in light armor who looked like a scout approached before he asked, "Young Master Yuan, in your opinion, if the whereabouts of Wang Tongshan are discovered, how many people do we need to send to stop the person who killed Wang Tongshan?" The young man who was called Young Master Yuan by Wu Zhongshuan and not a military official did not have the slightest bit of fear and awe that the other officers had towards Wu Zhongshuan. He said calmly, "Is Wu Shangshu joking? Instead, he is asking this question very seriously." The two expert retainers of Great General Wu both showed undisguised annoyance. They had long been displeased with this young man surnamed Yuan who had joined the army of unknown origins. He had not accomplished anything, but he was extremely arrogant. Every time the great general took the initiative to speak to him in an amiable manner, he would have this half-dead expression. Wu Zhongshuan was not angry at all. He nodded seriously and said, "I'm not joking." The young man who was temporarily acting as a roaming cavalry scout smiled. 3,000 to 5,000 people might not be enough. 10,000 elite cavalry is more like it. Wu Zhongshuan made a sound of agreement. Then, he said doubtfully, "Didn't you say that after Li Chungang returned to the realm of immortals on Earth, He only managed to break 2,600 people's armor with one sword at the banks of the Guangling River? Could it be that the battle strength of the current 4 great grandmasters of martial arts has increased explosively compared to the top grandmasters of 60 years ago? Does he actually need 10,000 people to kill him? However, the young man's words were full of sarcasm. Some things can't be calculated like this. Not to mention how high Li Chuangang's true battle strength is, those martial arts grandmasters who died on the battlefield were all idiots who fought to the death. For example, the Shishu sword emperor who was trampled into meat paste by the Shu family's cavalry. Before this, the Wu family's 9 swords defeated Beimang's 10,000 cavalry. In fact, they were chased and intercepted until they had no way to retreat. Thus, they had no choice but to stake everything on one throw. Wang Tongshan was known as invincible in Nanjiang, but it was only because there were no heroes that made him famous. Relying on his natural brute force and Vajra physique, he could naturally exhaust all the experts below the realm of celestial phenomenon. Cheng Baishuang and Ji Liu and could not do anything to him. However, as long as they went north, for example, if it was Ng Tai, I reckon that the Peach Blossom Sword God would be able to defeat him with 1 or 2 strikes. To put it bluntly, even if I were to fight against Wang Tongshan and he had the upper hand within 50 moves, Wang Tongshan would definitely die after 100 moves. As soon as he said this, the Southern Expedition General was still considered calm. However, the expressions of the 2 arrogant and conceited retainers changed greatly. The young man said indifferently, "Nanjiang? There's no Jianghu there. The sky is high and the land is vast. It's not the scenery of a small well." This young man who had been quietly fighting in the Eastern Sea's martial emperor city for 2 years, had now changed his surname from Jiang to Yuan. He looked into the distance and said, "There's no harm in speaking the truth. At HSU Fengnian's realm, as long as he wants to leave, no one can stop him, let alone catch up to him, unless it's Cao Changqing, Ng Tai, or Tuoba Bodhisattva. Therefore, what I said about the 10,000 cavalry encirclement was actually nonsense." Wu Zhongshuan sighed with emotion. "The Jianghu is higher than the imperial court. It's not a comfortable thing." The young man agreed for the first time. "One day, where we stand, there will be no immortals or heroes. All the dragons in the Jianghu will be fish in a pond." There was a lake in the northwest corner of West Chu's imperial city. The lake wasn't big, but it was quite famous. Its name was even more interesting. It was called Jianghu. It was said that the lake was bottomless, and its water source was connected to the Guangling River outside the capital. A young woman dressed in simple and elegant palace attire sat in the waterside pavilion by the lake. There was no one around her, and it was completely silent. Chapter 1724. Probably because she was used to being restrained, she took off her boots and sat cross-legged on the ground. She did not enjoy the beautiful scenery of the lake at the beginning of spring. Instead, she bent forward and lowered her head. In front of her were stacks of copper coins of different denominations, different sizes, old and new, and different heights. She looked at the copper coins in a daze, her mind wandering thousands of miles. She thought of many things from the past, such as that dilapidated little thatched cottage, or that very small but very green vegetable garden. Or that time when she carried a heavy box of books and climbed up the mountain step by step. At that time, she only felt that moving books was like moving a mountain. Or that time when she studied to earn money, the feeling of every word being money was much better. Although the current court in West Chu was much quieter than before, when she sat on that chair every day, she would find that the originally pure eyes were no longer there. Instead, they were replaced by a gloomy aura, like pieces of rotten wood. She only found out much later that the court had changed quite a few groups of people. There were quite a few groups of new faces, and there was an endless stream of disciples from noble families. Thus, father and son sat in the court together, and even 3 generations of officials who were all purple and yellow officials began to appear. She sat in the magnificent hall. There were frequent quarrels in the hall. Scholars quarreled with martial artists, scholars quarreled with scholars, and martial artists who were attached to the wings of the scholars quarreled with other martial artists. Almost everyone seemed to be doing their best for the country. Everyone's words were just and honorable, so everyone seemed to be so impassioned. There was nothing wrong with that. She did not understand. The Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, was getting older and older. In the last few court sessions, he even had to sit on that royal chair. There were fewer and fewer people wearing the robes of military officials in the hall. One after another, they rushed to the battlefield. One after another, many people died in battle, were posthumously conferred titles, and were posthumously awarded titles. She still did not understand why those people were willing to die so resolutely. Just like how she did not understand why the first time she sat on that chair, those white-haired old people cried so sorrowfully, gratified, and grateful. There were many things she did not understand, but Uncle waiting for the imperial decree said that it was enough for her to just sit there every day. She felt that she could do this, and she told herself that she must do it well. Today, she was sitting here in a carefree manner. At this moment, a flock of orioles flew across the sky above the imperial palace. For some unknown reason, an oriole instantly fell down, and it lightly fell onto the roof of a pavilion with a plop, dripping with blood. At the same time, there was a lake in the Jianghu beside her. There was clearly nothing on the surface of the water, but a string of extremely thin water pillars splashed up, and then it quickly returned to normal. In the past half a month, the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace would occasionally find one or two dead birds on the road. Some had been pierced through by arrows, some had had their wings cut off by sharp weapons, and even more had been smashed into a bloody mess. What was even stranger was that their emperor had spent most of this half a month sitting quietly by the lake in a daze. At the beginning, there would be elite imperial guards standing guard in the distance, but soon, everyone would inexplicably feel a chill. At first, they mistakenly thought that it was because of the late spring cold. However, every time they left the palace after the night curfew, every time they left the small lake, they would feel much warmer, even though it was already night without the sun. Over time, that small lake, which was always as calm as a mirror, appeared particularly strange, especially when the entire capital began to spread rumors of countless birds falling. Songs began to spread through the streets and alleys, saying that this was the disaster of a woman ruling the country. There were also strange stories with ulterior motives that insinuated that the current emperor was actually a wild fox spirit that had walked out of the depths of the mountains. She had lived for 1,000 years, but she was only wearing human skin. What caused the older generation of West Chu survivors the most grief and indignation was the rumor in the marketplace that Empress Jiang Sai was actually an orphan girl that Cao Changqing had casually found on the side of the road. She was only a puppet that was raised to satisfy Cao Changqing's selfish desire to be the emperor's preceptor. The group of three, led by the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, arrived outside the waterside pavilion. The three were surnamed Song, 3 generations of the Song family: Song Wenfeng, Song Qingshan, and Song Marolin. Song Wenfeng, Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji, and the state preceptor of the previous dynasty, Li Mi, could all be considered old men of the same generation. Currently, they were in charge of Da Chu's subordinate provinces. Song Qingshan was the current Minister of Rights. The father and son could be considered the leaders of the current Da Chu literary scene. They were very similar to the 2 masters of the Song family who had previously dominated the literary scene of the Liang dynasty. As for Song Marolin, his reputation had spread far and wide. This was especially true when the 2 simple sayings, Northern Shu and Southern Song and Shu Zi and Song Zhong, spread like the spring wind throughout the great river. For a moment, Song Marolin had the impression that there was no one in the world who did not know of him. This was why last year, in the imperial court, there had been a marriage between the Song family's Yushu and the emperor. Even Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji, who had not been too enthusiastic about this matter at the beginning, had changed his stance in the end. He had personally persuaded Cao Changqing, who was in charge of the navy at Guangling River. The head eunuch was just about to make a report when Song Wenfeng smiled and waved her hand. Her eyes indicated for her son and grandson to stay at the bottom of the steps. She walked up the steps alone and stood in the waterside pavilion that was surrounded by willow trees. Unexpectedly, she did not have the slightest intention of bowing. It was not that Song Wenfeng's eyes were blurred by old age, but rather that she understood a principle. Kneeling and doing business with others would not earn money. Song Wenfeng did not know this principle 20 years ago. Song Wenfeng softly opened her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, There are some words that I do not know if I should say. The beautiful young woman was indifferent. Song Wenfeng had to admit that even if this woman's status was disregarded, her appearance alone was enough to make her eldest grandson fall head over heels for her. Even the old woman, who had lived a pure and simple life for many years, had some small thoughts of regretting being born 50 years earlier. The old woman frowned and slightly raised her voice. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the current situation is no longer in Da Chu's hands. If the Jiang family wants to survive, they have to rely on external forces. When she turned her head and looked away from the strange copper coins, Song Wenfeng met her eyes and actually felt a little guilty. Song Wenfeng gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I won't hide it from your Majesty. There are currently many officials who do not want to be subjects. They secretly collude with Liang's Minister of War, Wu Zhongshuan, and the Southern Expedition's Commander-in-Chief, Lu Shengxiang. They continuously leak information about Da Chu's military formations and deployment. At this time of crisis, I am willing to be a villain who will go down in history as a notorious villain for 10,000 years for the sake of Da Chu's land. She calmly said, Minister Song, are you trying to say that you are slightly more loyal than those people? They are fence-sitters who have sided with the Liang imperial court, while your Song family has the strength of character to choose the king of Yang Kai, Zhao Bing? Song Wenfeng's old face turned red, and she was even more shocked. How did this little girl know about such a secret? She indifferently said, Not only do I know that your Song family has chosen the king of Yang Kai, but I also know that Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Appointments secretly sent someone to deliver a secret letter to Lu Shengxiang. Minister Liu of the Ministry of Works and Assistant Minister Ma of the Ministry of Rights have chosen to side with Wu Zhongshuan. Since the window had been opened, everyone spoke openly. Song Wenfeng did not care about her old face anymore. She straightened her back, stroked her beard, and smiled. As long as your Majesty agrees with me. Without waiting for Song Wenfeng to finish, Empress Jiang Sai waved her hand and said, You may leave. Song Wenfeng did not move at all. She sneered and said, Your Majesty, do you still think that West Chu is the same as last year's West Chu? May I ask where Ku Jianghuai is? Where is Cao Changqing? Your Majesty, if you are willing to take a step back now, then the king of Yang Kai, Zhao Bing, will promise you that you can still be the emperor for 10 years. In the future, you can abdicate the throne to him or his son. She lowered her head and looked at the copper coins. You can live your lives as long as you are happy. However, if you think that Cao Changqing and LV Dantian are not in the capital, you can do whatever you want and force me to do anything. Song Wenfeng smiled playfully. I wouldn't dare. Who doesn't know that your Majesty is an expert like a sword immortal? She suddenly frowned and her face turned pale. The ceremony supervisor eunuch at the bottom of the steps trembled and lowered his head without saying a word. Song Wenfeng exhaled heavily and walked to the side of the river. She looked at the river surface. At this time, Sun Shiji is almost dead. Your Majesty's qi is also almost gone. If not for the fact that I still remember the previous emperor, it wouldn't be difficult for me to change the surname of this palace to Song. The old man smiled and said, Of course, it doesn't matter what the surname of West Chu is. It doesn't even matter what the surname of the world is in the future. Because no matter how the throne is rotated, the Song family is indispensable. Her face returned to normal. She didn't even bother to raise her head. She just looked at the copper coins and twitched her mouth imperceptibly. She wasn't afraid or worried. She just felt a little wronged. Hey! Whether I see you or not is one thing. But whether you come or not is another. So, where are you? A cool breeze suddenly blew through the gates of West Chu's capital. The cool breeze blew through the 12 gates. When the figure suddenly stopped outside the gates of the imperial city, his sleeves were still fluttering lightly. The armored guards above and below the gates were all stunned. The extremely handsome young man folded his hands in his sleeves and had 2 blades at his waist. The young man did something. He cupped his hands to his mouth and said, Hey! It seemed like he was telling someone, but also like he was telling the entire capital, telling the entire Da Chu. I'm here. I'm here. I've come from the northwest to the southeast. Chapter 1725. When the breeze passed, from the gate of West Chu's capital to the gate of the imperial city, Almost no passers-by took it seriously. Only an old madman with disheveled hair stood there in a daze. This old man was even treated as a joke by the officials far away in Great Peace City. At that time, the old man in ragged clothes walked through the alleys as usual to ring the night. Normal night watchmen would appear at night, but he was different. He only rang the night watch during the day and said to everyone he met, "They are all dead people." In the first few years, there were still some old people in luxurious clothes who stopped in the distance to look at this crazy old night watchman and cry tears of sorrow. As time passed, there would be a large group of idle children following behind the night watchman, shouting "Dead people, dead people, dead people." Most of them would be pulled by the ears and dragged back by their parents. After a few more years, almost the entire city began to become accustomed to this sight. When West Chu was restored during the Xiangfu era, for some reason, the night watchman, whose voice had almost gone hoarse from shouting, suddenly began to cry heart-wrenchingly again. The sorrow and bitterness in his voice was even greater than in the past. Before the restoration of the country, the Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji, Cao Changqing, and Jiang Sai, who had not yet ascended the throne, had once met this old madman on the street. The night watchman had once called Sun Shiji a dead person and Cao Changqing a dying person with a night watch mallet. Only he had stared blankly at the fallen Princess Jiang Sai and cried out in grief, crying for the only living person left to quickly leave. At that time, after the night watchman had run far away, Sun Shiji revealed the mystery. Only then did Jiang Sai learn that the night watchman's real name was Jiang Shuilang. He had once been in charge of Da Chu's Chong Wenguan at the age of 39. Under his command were no less than 3 academies of West Chu and 600 editors. He was a scholar who had been praised by the late emperor of West Chu as Jiang Shuilang in literature and Cao Boyi in chess. Unlike many of the remaining old people of West Chu who worshipped the peace of old Huang or who directly fled to Zen Wild Forest, Jiang Shuilang had gone mad. He had gone mad for more than 20 years and had been the night watchman of the #1 city of the Central Plains for more than 20 years. At this time, the old man's turbid eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the gong and gavel in his hands unknowingly fell to the street. The old man suddenly turned around and started running. Even after falling down a few times, he didn't care about the pain and continued running. When the old man finally ran back to the lonely, dilapidated cottage, the old man's eyes began to look blank again. He scratched his head hard and finally squatted on the ground and whimpered hoarsely, like a dog covered in scars. Some of his cries were not from his mouth, but from his heart that was filled with the memories of the past. Clutching his head, the old man stood up with a face full of pain. He staggered into the cottage and rummaged through the chests and cabinets. Finally, he pulled out an erhu from a pile of junk under the bed with great difficulty. The python's skin had long since peeled off, and the strings had long since been snapped. The old man held the erhu in his hands, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, the old man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After standing up, he moved a small broken stool and sat down in front of the cottage that had no stairs. The old man straightened his clothes and closed his eyes. Then, he extended a finger and dipped it in his saliva. There seemed to be a zither score placed in front of him, but it also seemed to have been flipped open by the old man. Only then did he begin to play the erhu. The song in the old man's heart was called Spring and Autumn. The great rivers of West Chu, the majestic mountains of East Yu, the frontier of northern Han, the lychees of southern Tang, the silk of western Shu, the giant trees of later Sui. When the old man was still called Jiang Shuilang, the people of West Chu were called Da Chu. My Da Chu had the world's #1 national chess player, Li Mi. There was the spring and autumn soldier, Yi Baikue. There was Li Chenggang, who flew across the Guangling River on his sword. There was Zhao Dingxiu, who was the best scholar in the world. There was Wang Qing, who was the best poet in the capital. There was Cao Changqing, who was the pride of the Cao clan. There was Sun Shiji, who was dressed in purple and yellow when he was just 20 years old. There was the world's most polite person, Seng Xianglin. There was Tang Jiahe, who was proficient in all kinds of knowledge. The old man's tears did not stop. Da Chu had perished. He was now a lonely ghost in the wasteland of spring and autumn, with nowhere to go. The old man stopped and began to laugh loudly for no reason. Finally, the old man lowered his head and muttered to himself, "I am not crazy." Da Chu perished. Some people pretended to be asleep, some pretended to be stupid, and some pretended to be dead. I, Jiang Shuilang, merely drank until I got drunk. The old man carelessly wiped away his tears. He raised his head and gazed into the distance, his fingers trembling. Thinking back to the past, when the old man was not old and the dead were not dead, he still remembered that there was a song that had once spread through the court and across the great river. That song had been written by great General Yi Baikue. He, Jiang Shuilang, had composed the music, Wang Qing had written the lyrics, and Zhao Dingxiu had written the lyrics. The name of the song was The General's Journey. Wherever there was water in a well, there would be people singing it. The old man sang loudly, but after just one line, he broke down in tears. The youth has not yet reached the age of 20, but he has left his home, Liyang, Great Peace City, Palace City, Imperial City, and Inner City. From the inside to the outside, there were people guarding the city. In the past, Teacher Liu Hao had been one of them. Now, the old ancestor of the Wu family sword tomb was the same. Other than those martial grandmasters, Great Peace City itself had two large formations with the Imperial Astronomer as the center that operated continuously. The vast formation in West Chu's capital had been destroyed long ago by Prince Guangling Zhaoyi after the mountains and rivers had been destroyed. But now, there were still people guarding the city gates. The leading swordsman of West Chu, Lu Dantian, was one of them. Unfortunately, he had not returned. The remaining two people, who were rarely seen, appeared in broad daylight today, clearly in everyone's sight. One person stood behind the gates of the imperial city. He was old, short, and wore a long robe with large sleeves. He wore wooden clogs and looked like a straw man beside a paddy field. The other person stood in front of the palace gates and looked at the back of the former. He was also an old man. This person wore a python robe. It was not the style of the vassal kings of Liyang, nor did it conform to the etiquette of the present West Chu imperial family. It was the python robe of the vassal kings that could only be seen in the old Da Chu temples. This old man surnamed Jiang, who had once been removed from the imperial family of Da Chu, was tall but lifeless. Between the two old men, there were 1,600 elite imperial guards. 1,600 bright metal armor glittered under the sunlight as if they were wearing the golden armor of the immortals of the celestial court. On the two city walls, there were almost 1,000 crossbows ready to fire. That daring young man stood alone outside the gates. On the city walls, numerous generals in luxurious armor stood behind the battlements. They were all sweating. No one dared to act rashly or give the first order. The common people of the two largest cities in the world believed the most in the existence of immortals on earth. One was the Great Peace City of Liyang, and the other was the city under their feet. To a large extent, all of this was because of one person, the great official Cao Changqing. The Jianghu of the martial emperor city of the East Sea was not as wild as the other two cities. This was because Wang Xianji, who claimed to be the second in the world, had never called himself an immortal. In 60 years, countless experts had come and gone, but they had all been defeated by Wang Xianji. Incidentally, the common people of the martial emperor city had also lost interest in the so-called immortals. But whether it was Cao Changqing or Wang Xianji, no matter how high their martial cultivation was, this young man with his hands on the hilt of the saber at his waist was, at the very least, a great grandmaster on the same level as the two of them. Hsu Fengnian stood where he was. It was not until this day and this moment that he suddenly realized that the old man in the sheepskin coat was from West Chu. Hsu Fengnian grinned. He remembered that after the Battle of the Three in Great Peace City had ended, the top grandmasters like Cao Changqing and Ng Tai had all asked him the same question. Had that old man who had broken through 2,600 armor with a single breath by the Guangling River reached the threshold of celestial being? At the time, Hsu Fengnian had not directly given an answer. He had only smiled and extended a finger, and then let the two guess. The length of a breath could travel 1,000 li and then 100 li. A breath of sword energy could cause thunder to roll 1,000 li. As long as one had a clear conscience, such as the green-clothed sword god 60 years ago, or the old man in the sheepskin coat who had resolved the knot in his heart 60 years later, one could easily become the number one in the world. Because one was Li Chungang. The Jianghu was so vast, but only one was 3 feet away from the sword in one's hand. The title of being invincible in the world was so important, but only one, Li Chungang, could let it go as he wished, and take it as he wished. Hsu Fengnian suddenly felt slightly angry. Unfortunately, the person he wanted to vent his anger on was not in this city. At this time, they were probably far away from Great Peace City. Cao Changqing, I should not have let you take her away back then. If it was today, why don't you try to pretend to be an expert in front of me again? Hsu Fengnian put his palms on the hilts of the Beiliang blade and the soldiers of crossing the river, and took a deep breath. The spirit reaches the rainbow. When Hsu Fengnian gripped the hilts of his blades, in a flash, the grand and dignified gates of the imperial city were crushed under his foot. Thunder roared in the capital of West Chu. The dust of the gates flew wildly. The short, wide-sleeved old man guarding the gates of the imperial city was unmoved. He held his breath, spread his hands in front of him, bent his middle finger, and flicked his fingers. With each flick, the old man, whose sleeves were swollen like they were filled with wind, slid back dozens of feet. Between the thin old man and the tall city gates, 2 serpents appeared on the old man's fingertips. One black, one white. In the exquisite waterside pavilion by the river and lake to the northwest of the imperial palace, the atmosphere was solemn. He Taisheng, the deputy commander of the imperial guards, dressed in golden armor, stood at the bottom of the steps with an awkward expression. Chapter 1726. Although the sword grandmaster Lu Dantian was nominally the leader of the 4,000 imperial guards and was 1 rank higher than the 3 third-rank deputy commanders, including He Taisheng, Lu Dantian was only an empty title and didn't really hold any posts. Therefore, the real military power was in the hands of Jiyu Sui, who He Taisheng was in charge of guarding the palace gate. As for the other deputy commander surnamed Qi, he had long been ostracized and only knew how to drink all day to drown his sorrows. At the beginning of the year, he rarely commanded troops. He Taisheng and Jiyu Sui were not the same. Jiyu Sui was the son of an aristocratic family with 2 surviving elders in the imperial court, so he was able to make friends with both sides in the officialdom. On the other hand, He Taisheng came from an ordinary landowning family. He relied on the outstanding military achievements he had accumulated in the past 2 years and secretly relied on the influential officials to climb to this position. The harder it was to come by, the more precious it was. At this time, He Taisheng's feelings were particularly complicated. He felt guilty towards the young female emperor, but there was also a trace of darkness in the depths of his heart that no one knew. After being a citizen of Liang for more than 20 years, He Taisheng actually didn't have the obsession of the older generation towards the West Chu. Whether the country's surname was Jiang or Zhao was not important to the young and ambitious He Taisheng. At that time, he felt that he had the potential to become one of the founding fathers of the country, so he bravely killed the enemy and shone brilliantly in the battle to wipe out Yang Zhenchuan's cavalry. When he returned to the capital to report on his work, he was quickly pulled over by Song Marilyn from the Song family. After joining the Song family, this big ship that sailed through the wind and waves, He Taisheng's meteoric rise was so great that even the Song family didn't think of it. They thought that he was a rare commodity worth hoarding. In fact, Zhao Go, who was hidden in this city, had already promised to give him the position of Protector General. It should be known that in the entire Liang dynasty, there were as many surplus generals as there were hairs on a cow, but there weren't many generals with real power. 4 campaigns, 4 equalizations, and 8 people could be called great generals. Next were 4 towns and 4 equalizations. Then, it was Song Li's turn to get the General Heng Jiang that was within He Taisheng's reach last year, as well as the Protector General that was within He Taisheng's reach. Generally speaking, under the 16 generals, the Protector General Heng Jiang, who held real power, was actually not inferior to a general of a province. He Taisheng carefully glanced at the woman from the corner of his eye. The Emperor of Da Chu. A beauty with a rouge evaluation. Furthermore, she was a female sword immortal. The second-in-command of the Imperial Guards felt as if there was a furnace burning in his heart. Why is it that you, Song Marilyn, a weak scholar, a good-for-nothing who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, can openly express your love? Why do I, he Taisheng, have to bow and scrape before you? Why do I have to deliberately lower my wine cup to you every time I raise my wine cup to make a toast at a banquet? After hearing he Taisheng's urgent military situation, Song Wenfeng still looked confident and stood near a pillar. The old man smiled and said, Your Majesty, do you think that everything will be fine now that that person has suddenly appeared in the capital? The old man didn't get an answer and continued, His appearance is somewhat unexpected. Logically speaking, if he wanted to stand outside the capital, he should have waited for the 10,000 Beiliang barbarians to break through Wu Zhongshuan's army and RDA choose several lines of defense. However, I can only say that this young vassal king's courage is commendable. Unfortunately, his luck is really bad. After I learned from the palace that Cao Changqing had indeed left the capital to travel north, the three great clans led by the Song family began to make arrangements. Originally, it was to deal with the worst-case scenario if Cao Changqing heard the news and rushed over. It wasn't to deal with that young man surnamed Shu. Your Majesty has just arrived and is still too young. There are many secrets that you don't know. Of course, Your Majesty has never been interested in court politics. Speaking of this, Song Wenfeng's tone revealed a hint of ridicule for the first time. After all, it is a woman who is in charge of the country's affairs. How can her thoughts truly be placed on the rise and fall? The pale Song Marolin was just about to speak when his father, Song Qingshan, grabbed his sleeve and glared angrily at him. Song Marolin wanted to say something but hesitated. However, under his father's warning gaze, this famous character finally lowered his head and clenched his fists with a pained expression. As the current clan lord of the Song clan, Song Wenfeng reached out to stroke the vermilion pillar. People's hearts are fickle. Back when Da Chu was destroyed and Zhao Yi took over the city, he quickly revealed the details of the Great Formation. However, after we drove away that vassal king of Liang, someone else ran over to tell us the inside story of the Great Formation. They said that Zhao Yi had only destroyed half of the formation back then. Your Majesty, take a look. One thing was sold in 2 parts, and both parts were sold at sky-high prices. Isn't that amazing? This old subject used to be a pedantic scholar who only read books and wasn't much better off than Tang Jiahe, who had fled to the depths of the mountains and forests. However, after watching from the sidelines for 20 years, I finally understood that in the bustling world of fame and fortune, who isn't a merchant? Ordinary merchants seek profit, while we scholars seek fame. Even after death, we want to leave our names in the annals of history. In the end, it's all the same. The old man seemed to have sensed a cold intent and subconsciously tugged at his collar and cuffs. Your Majesty, this old subject asks you to raise your head and look around. Who in Da Chu's imperial court isn't waiting for a good price? Who isn't looking for a way out? There are quite a few people who are truly loyal to Your Majesty, but unfortunately, they're no longer in the capital on the battlefield. They won't be able to escape death. Even if they're lucky enough to survive the battlefield, we won't let them live. I believe the Zhao clan of Liang will be happy to see this happen. Whether it's scholars killing scholars or scholars killing martial artists, they've never killed without spilling blood. The key is to kill them so that they won't be able to make a comeback in the annals of history. At some point, the Empress of Da Chu was still sitting cross-legged. However, she was now facing the Jianghu with her back to the crowd. She had also put away the stacks of copper coins she had placed carefully before. Are you trying to scare me? She asked in a childish tone. Are you trying to scare me? Song Wenfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This felt like a grass saint had painstakingly written a flamboyant masterpiece. Next to the table stood an illiterate boor who asked how it was written. The boor replied that he didn't understand a single word. She continued, although I don't really understand what you're saying, I'm not scared. She actually had something she didn't say. I was bullied since I was young. Song Wenfeng, who felt like she was playing the lute to a cow, suddenly felt a violent anger. She suddenly raised her hand and was about to slap this young woman. At that moment, the old man had never been so heroic. But suddenly, the ground shook violently. The old man almost crashed into a pillar. At the gate of the imperial city, 2 aggressive dragons pounced forward. HSU Fengnian didn't pull out a blade. Instead, he raised both hands and spread his fingers. He actually grabbed the two large dragons' ferocious heads in a death grip. There was an explosion of light between his fingers. The two gusts of astral wind were majestic and fierce. They blew HSU Fengnian's hair backwards. HSU Fengnian pressed down with both hands. The black and white dragons were like coarse old oxen that had their heads forced down to drink water. Without any strength to struggle, they crashed into the water. Two enormous holes appeared on the left and right sides of HSU Fengnian. The holes were as deep as the dragons were long. HSU Fengnian looked at the expressionless short old man. "I didn't come to kill people, but don't push your luck." The old man 20 jong away smiled coldly. He crossed his hands and drew a large circle in front of him. His chi rotated and rippled. In the end, it formed a wide and thick mirror. It was like lifting a basin of water and then removing the basin, but the basin of water was suspended in the air. The old man stared at the young king who seemed to be the leader of Jianghu and said with a fake smile, "This old man is just a ghost in a withered grave. But he still has a knot in his heart. He hasn't had a chance to compete with Cat Han Shengxian, so he still doesn't know who is the real number one in the Finger Profound realm." In the mirror, the tall buildings were vivid and lifelike. They were like pavilions in the sky, like a mirage, like a fairyland. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was the scene of the entire capital of West Chu. It was exactly the same. The old man stretched out a finger and tapped it gently. He tapped it again and again. A total of 5 times. In the sky above the capital of West Chu, it was like a thunder from the 9th heaven. It broke through the clouds and hit the young king's head. When the immortal was angry, 5 thunders would strike. The first thunder that attracted the heavens and earth exploded 3 feet above HSU Fengnian's head. The turbulent chi scattered around HSU Fengnian and flowed to the ground, instantly shaving off 3 inches of the ground. The old man's eyes showed a touch of surprise. But the old man was soon stunned. The second thunder did not hit the young king's head, but 10 feet above. The third one was even higher. As for the last one, it was really all bark and no bite. The unknown old man in front of him clearly used the remaining chi of West Chu as a shortcut to the celestial realm. What was left of the family was hers. And that silly girl would be depressed or happy for a long time even if she lost 1 or 2 copper coins. So HSU Fengnian began to move forward without saying a word. The next moment, HSU Fengnian stood behind the short old man. "You think you can compete with Han Shengxian for the number 1 in the Finger Profound realm?" It turned out that the old man's head was no longer in the hands of the young king. The old man surnamed Da Chu, who had retired for many years, suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura soared. HSU Fengnian casually threw the head to the ground in front of the 1600 iron armors. The head rolled and blood flowed. Chapter 1727. At this moment, 3 sword-bearing riders galloped along the imperial road. Among them, a loud and clear voice rang out behind HSU Fengnian, "HSU Fengnian, retreat from the capital." When the 3 riders approached the imperial city gates, they all pulled out their long swords. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed the imperial road. These were all West Chu sword masters outside of Lu Dantian. Without batting an eyelid, Xu Fengnian said, "Get out." When the 3 horses were about to rush out of the city gates, it was as if they had crashed into a wall as hard as iron. The horses' heads all shattered. Although the 3 famous Da Chu sword masters sensed this, they abandoned their horses and leapt up. Each of them used the swords in their hands to stab at the invisible wall. But without exception, the long swords that didn't hold back at all broke with a bang. The swordsman with the greatest strength even crashed into the wall of energy. 3 thin needles pierced a large piece of rice paper. The paper didn't break, but the needles broke. The difference in strength could be seen at a glance. The 3 West Chu sword masters who had already injured their internal organs looked at each other in dismay. HSU Fengnian didn't even turn his head. He looked at the armored imperial guards in the distance who seemed to be facing a great enemy despite their numbers and coldly said, "Get out of the way." When HSU Fengnian took a step forward, the first layer of armor in front of him started to retreat a step. when Hsu Fengnian's right hand grabbed the soldiers crossing the river at his left waist. The dense infantry formation became more and more crowded. Finally, there were generals on the 4 city walls who gave the order to shoot arrows. But over 1,000 arrows were all less than 1 jong away from the bowstring. They strangely stopped, then slowly turned their arrowheads. Over 1,000 ice-cold sharp arrowheads were like over 1,000 spitting venomous snakes. Some people gulped. Some people broke out in cold sweat. Some people trembled. But no one made a sound. No one retreated. The old man from the Jiang dynasty took a step forward. He crushed an item in his hand, then raised his fist and heavily hammered his chest. His originally tall and sturdy figure suddenly grew to a height of 14 feet, which was not something a mortal body could grow to. Golden light flowed. Looking at this familiar scene, Hsu Fengnian felt as if he was standing in front of the Imperial College again. He said in a deep voice, "Damn you." The heavenly court war god raised his arms in front of his head. Hsu Fengnian's figure flashed past the armored infantry formation, and the river crossing pawn in his right hand slashed at the golden giant's arm. The latter rammed open the gate of the palace. When Hsu Fengnian walked through the door, the golden giant who was kneeling in the dust stood up straight and said loudly, "Again." Hsu Fengnian disappeared in a flash. The golden giant retreated again, leaving a deep trench in the hard ground. This time, there was no need for the golden giant to remind him. Hsu Fengnian had already smashed the indestructible golden body condensed from West Chu's luck into the ground with his saber. Hsu Fengnian raised his saber and walked forward. Behind him, gravel sputtered from the pit, and golden light shot out. The giant ran towards the back of the young man with large strides. He was as fast as lightning, and every step he took shook the ground. Hsu Fengnian's left hand held the Beiliang saber on his right waist. In fact, this cold saber had already been broken in the battle with Chen Zhibao at the Guangling River, and the river crossing pawn had also shown slight cracks. In that battle, Hsu Fengnian had stabbed Chen Zhibao. The price was his shoulder being hit by the plum wine spear that had turned purple. Hsu Fengnian turned around and slashed with his left hand. Half of the cold saber was like the crescent moon at night. The golden giant's head was not cut off. Instead, he was sent flying, and his entire body crashed into the city wall. This giant, who was comparable to the great Vajra realm of Buddhism, used both hands to pry open the city wall and was about to break out to continue the battle. Hsu Fengnian leaned forward, held his saber with both hands, and rushed forward. Near the Jianghu waterside pavilion, news kept coming in. He Taisheng's expression became more and more serious. Song Wenfeng's expression was uncertain. The young empress did not seem to care about the fierce battle over there. She looked at the dead still water surface, and occasionally a water column splashed up. Perhaps no one noticed a detail, and that was that the water level of this small lake had risen by more than 10 feet in just half a month. However, because the eunuchs and palace maids were new to West Chu, they did not know about the past. They only thought that it was normal for a small lake to be like this after spring. She rested her chin on her hands and stared into the distance. The lush greenery was full of vitality. This time, it was her turn to sneer. "Why, are you afraid?" Song Wenfeng sneered. "Does your majesty really think that the king of Beiliang can escape unscathed? Do you really think that you can escape with him?" It was a beautiful season with long grass and flying orioles. However, an oriole fell into the lake for some reason. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "I'm not leaving." Song Wenfeng said sternly, "Jiang Sai, don't forget that you were born as a member of the Jiang family of Da. Even if you die, you should be a ghost of the Jiang family of Da. You can die anywhere in this world, but you can't die in Beiliang. That is not a place where you, Jiang Sai, can rest in peace." Song Wenfeng was so angry that she laughed. She turned to stare at the young woman. "Haha, this is the biggest joke in the world. The eldest son of Xu Xiao wants to rescue the emperor of the Jiang family of Da from this cage? Your Majesty, I, Song Wenfeng, ask you one last time as a subject of Da. Even if no one in Da stops you, do you dare to leave with him? How can you face the ancestors of the Jiang family?" At this moment, An unfamiliar but warm voice sounded not far away. "Old bastard, can you shut up?" Song Wenfeng felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She didn't dare to turn around immediately. Song Qingshan and Song Marolin weren't much better. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, He Taisheng, was sweating profusely. The young man who had finally arrived was travel-worn. Some blood seeped out of his left shoulder. So he subconsciously wiped his left shoulder. He was like a farmer working in the fields. He wiped his sweat clean before knocking on the door so that his wife wouldn't see his tiredness. He Taisheng quietly took a step back. When he moved, his iron armor clanked. This made the deputy commander, who was originally very satisfied with his luxurious armor, hate it for the first time. The young man made a gesture of looking around. Then, he purposely didn't look at the elegant Song family playboy. Instead, he smiled at the middle-aged man, Song Qingshan, and said, "Oh, you must be that Song Marolin. You look like a dog." Song Qingshan and Song Maolin's faces turned ashen at the same time. Song Wenfeng narrowed her eyes. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. As expected of an old fox who had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom for most of his life. Hsu Fengnian stretched out his finger and hooked it at the middle-aged Song Marolin in his eyes. "Song Marolin, you brat. Stand up. I want to talk to you." Song Qingshan was extremely angry. He angrily rebuked, "Hsu Fengnian, how dare you? This is my Da Chu's capital." There was a slap. Song Qingshan, who had been slapped, flew out and landed heavily on the ground a few feet away. He twitched twice, and then it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The real Song Marolin was just about to speak when he was slapped in the same way. A certain person even muttered, "Mother ***, his looks are worlds apart from mine. He dares to come out in broad daylight and pretend to be a ghost to scare people." In the waterside pavilion, her back was facing them. Her shoulders seemed to secretly move a little. Hsu Fengnian, whose gaze had been fixed on her, smiled knowingly. Seeing her, even if it was just her back, made him very happy. He Taisheng, who didn't dare to breathe loudly, looked down and turned a deaf ear to the tragedy in front of him. Unfortunately, he was still kicked by the unreasonable young man. He was kicked into the air like a shrimp and broke into a thick willow tree. He spat out a large bowl of blood before fainting. Hsu Fengnian walked up the stairs step by step. Song Wenfeng retreated step by step. Only when he leaned against the pillar did he realize that there was nowhere to go. Hsu Fengnian pushed his head hard against the pillar. This secondary first-rank official, who was in charge of the province under Da Chu, suddenly rolled his eyes and fell limp to the ground. She faced Jiang Hu, and he had his back to Jiang Hu. He tried to be as calm as possible and said softly, "Have you seen enough? If you have, then come with me." She was silent. He continued, "If you haven't seen enough, I can wait." She still didn't speak. After reuniting, the two were speechless for a long time. Hsu Fengnian repeated his previous words, but raised his voice, "Come with me," but she still didn't speak. Hsu Fengnian lowered his voice, "Okay?" Jiang Sai, who was no longer the pitiful servant girl in Beiliang Palace, raised her head slightly and said emotionlessly, "They don't know." "Don't you know?" The Jianghu in front of her. Why did the water level rise in the first half of the month after the beginning of spring? Why did birds often fall from the sky outside the capital? Why did people feel a chill when they stayed by the lake for a long time? Because there were more than 100,000 swords hidden in the lake. They flew thousands of li from all over the world and landed in the small lake one after another. She said slowly, "I've already asked Grandpa Lu to return the sword case to you." She didn't know if he really didn't know or was pretending not to know. He said softly, "I received it. I'm waiting for you to go back and get it." She said flatly, "You can go." He said, "I won't bully you anymore." He grinned. "Really?" She was silent for a moment. "You can go. Since I didn't go to the West Wall, I won't leave here for the rest of my life. If you don't go, either I die, or you die." She suddenly stood up, still facing the small lake. As she stood up, so did the 100,000 real swords in the lake. The world was full of sword energy. She said angrily, "You can go." Hsu Fengnian sat quietly by her side, looking at the pair of boots that she had placed in a crooked position. He bent down to arrange them neatly. When he bent down, he sniffled, his face full of tears. She couldn't see. Chapter 17:28. After the Lake of Swords came out of the water, they piled up into a mountain, just like the island of Tianma Mountain in the center of the Spring God Lake. The tip of the swords pointed to the waterside pavilion. He wondered if the young vassal king would feel uneasy. From the beginning to the end, the Empress of West Chu, who had never looked at him, looked up and stared blankly at the famous swords, long swords, ancient swords, and new swords that she had borrowed from all over the world. Hsu Fengnian bent down and put his hands on his knees. He looked down at the pair of boots and said softly, "I went to the Wudong Mountains vegetable garden last time. If it isn't taken care of, it will really be abandoned. What a pity. Last year, on New Year's Eve, I had people put up a spring festival couplet in your house on Mount Qingliang. I kept the things inside for you, but I didn't let anyone touch it and locked the door. Think about it, it hasn't been cleaned for so long. How dirty would it be? When my father was dying, he told me that no matter what, no matter how chaotic the world was, he would bring you home in the future. In his heart, you, Jiang and I, have always been the first daughter-in-law of the Shu family. My father was like this, and my mother even more so." Hsu Fengnian, who didn't get a response, talked to himself and seemed very lonely. During this time, he seemed to feel that Song Wenfeng, who was lying on the ground, was too annoying. He waved his sleeve and threw her out of the waterside pavilion. There was also the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, He Taisheng, who had just shown signs of waking up. Before he could open his eyes, he was knocked unconscious again. If you feel that as the Empress of West Chu, you can't feel at ease if you just leave when the country is in danger, I can understand. However, I don't know if Cao Changqing has told you that West Chu's general trend is unstoppable. Therefore, your Da Chu will leave 400 to 500 scholars behind to break out of the Melon continent and meet up with my great snow dragon cavalry. Then, we will return to Beiliang together. Many people have died in West Chu, but don't think that everyone died for you. It's not like that. The reason West Chu has risen and fallen so quickly is largely because of the true Da Chu elders. After Cao Changqing re-established the country, some of them died in the deep mountains and forests. Even if they didn't die, they didn't become officials. They are truly disheartened, which is why there are these clowns from the Song family. And don't worry, the re-establishment of West Chu was originally an act of the Liang imperial court. It was something that Zhong Julu, Yuan Bengxi, and Huan Wen had planned for a long time. First, they wanted to completely destroy the foundation of the spring and autumn period. A centipede dies but does not fall over. They wanted to make the Gangnam-do, especially the Jiangzhou scholar group, lose all hope. Secondly, the imperial court wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the separatist power of the various vassal kings and local generals. The imperial court did not care about the people of West Chu. In the end, half of the world's taxes came from Guangling. As long as the great enemy in the north, Beimang, was still there, the imperial court would not truly kill the Guangling Dao. They would only focus on appeasing them. Finally, whether it was Liang Zhongshu Ling Qi Yanglong or Huan Wen, both of them felt pity for the people of Guangling and definitely did not see them as enemies. One of the key points can be seen. Xu Gong of the Gumu Shu family led his troops south, which was actually a gesture of goodwill by the imperial court. This was like encircling three sides and releasing one side on the battlefield, giving the encircled side a chance of survival. It's not that the imperial court is very magnanimous, but if they pressed down on the border and did not allow the civil and military officials of West Chu to see any chance of survival, it would definitely be disadvantageous for the upcoming battle between Liang and Beimang. You have to know that West Chu's successive victories last year, especially in Xieshi border and Ku Jianghuai, had already exceeded the expectations of the imperial court. Therefore, it's no longer important whether West Chu has you, Emperor Jiang Sai. It can even be said that without you and Cao Changqing, fewer people will die in the Guangling Taoist battlefield. You've let go of Cao Changqing. You didn't use Jiyu Zhentang and Wang Sui. You also gave up the hidden pawns in Beimang. You didn't let the smoke of war rise in the Central Plains. Why can't you let go? Jiang Ni suddenly stood up. He didn't put on boots, only socks. He walked to the waterside pavilion steps with his back facing the young man who didn't look like His Royal Highness at all. His cold voice didn't fluctuate at all. He pointed in the direction of Taiji Palace. I'm the last legitimate member of the Jiang family in Dachu. The former emperor died there. Why should I leave? Why should I leave? If it were you, and Beimang's army broke through the border of Liangju and killed all the way to Mount Qingliang, would you, the king of Beiliang, leave? Hsu Fengnian didn't stand up. He looked up at her back. I won't leave, but you, Jiang Ni, can. If you don't leave, I'll tie you up and leave. Jiang Ni sneered. You're indeed the king of Beiliang who has 300,000 iron cavalry. Not only did you kill in Liang's capital, but you're also so domineering in Dachu's capital. She slowly turned around and suddenly said angrily, but Hsu Fengnian, don't forget that I'm no longer the maid from Mount Qingliang who can be bullied by anyone. I, Jiang Sai, am the emperor of Dachu. I, Jiang Sai, am also the master of all the swords in the world. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords shot out. An exquisite and historical waterside pavilion by the lake turned into a pile of ruins. Dust flew in the air and settled down. There was only a small section of the bench left, and Xu Fengnian sat there motionlessly. Beside his feet, her pair of boots were spotless. The ground around Hsu Fengnian was filled with hundreds of swords that were stabbed in all directions. Sword chi lingered around them. Among them, the chi was as old as an old man, as lively as a budding young girl, as vigorous as a northwest soldier, as fierce as a fierce general on the battlefield, as graceful as a lady from a noble family, as lofty as a mountain and impregnable pass, and as deep as a boundless sea. Chapter 1729. Hsu Fengnian said softly, I've already reasoned with you, but you won't listen. Today, either you come with me, or I'll stay here and wait for you to come with me. I don't care if you're Jiang Sai or Jiang Ni. I don't care if you're the emperor of West Chu or a servant girl of Mount Qingliang. Hsu Fengnian grinned, but it was not frivolous, only mournful. In any case, you've already gotten used to my unreasonableness. Just get used to it again. Jiang Ni, one of the 4 rouge appraisers, was up against Hsu Fengnian, one of the 4 martial appraisers. Between these two people who had a grudge against their country and their families, there was the height of the temple and the distance of Jianghu. Hsu Fengnian patted his clothes and slowly stood up. The 100,000 swords in the lake immediately buzzed and trembled. Even though Jiang Ni's internal energy had been sealed by the Song family's medicine, the 3 generations of scholars of the Song family could not imagine that the innate sword embryo Jiang Ni, who even Li Chungang admired, had made rapid progress on the path of the sword. With a thought, with a will, it was a combination of flying swords and willpower. The murderous Jiang Ni seemed to be too angry. Her body trembled, and those 100,000 sword mountains that seemed to have flown in from the heavens also began to shake violently. She stared at that young man and said through gritted teeth, You really will die. Hsu Fengnian nodded and said, I know. You've been thinking about stabbing me to death for many years. Jiang Ni suddenly raised her hand, and the 5 flying swords seemed to have received an immortal's edict. They immediately left the sword mountains and flew over, nailing themselves into the ground beside Jiang Ni. Hsu Fengnian, who was standing in his original position, had already torn his sleeves. Jiang Ni seemed to still be angry. Her 5 fingers trembled, and the 100,000 swords began to fall down the mountain, flying between her and Hsu Fengnian in a daze. She said with a trembling voice, You want to die in Dachu's capital that much? The scoundrel opposite her actually smiled and said, Guess? It was as if all the grievances that she had accumulated for a lifetime had exploded in an instant. Her eyes were red, and she reached out an arm to the side, holding a flying sword that appeared in her hand with the force of a thunderbolt. At the same time, the sword mountains slowly moved, and finally hovered in the air above their heads, covering the sky and the sun. The light was dim, she finally could not see his face. Only heard her angrily shout, Hsu Fengnian, are you going or not? She heard his voice, I'm not leaving. 1 sword mountain and 100,000 swords fell down like heavy snow, majestically and miserably on the ground, falling into the Jianghu. Jiang TTSTTSS, Azes 8 He muttered to himself, and no one could hear him. In the past, I always bullied you. I liked to go to your room in the middle of the night and play tricks. I liked to suddenly climb out when you were drawing water from the well. I liked to throw snowballs at you when it was snowing. I liked to hide in a tree and wait for you to pass by to scare you. I knew you felt wronged and angry, but, if I didn't bully you in those years, you wouldn't have bothered with me. Then he heard a sobbing voice. In that moment, he closed his eyes, his face full of pain. Hsu Fengnian, you forced me to do this. The sword above Hsu Fengnian's head turned to dust. But between the two of them, a flying sword flew past. A sword pierced his chest. The flying sword was not fast. But he did not dodge. In those years, Han Shengxian wanted him dead, Liu Haoshe wanted him dead, Wang Xianji wanted him dead, and the imperial astronomer wanted him dead. No matter how arrogant those opponents were, he, Hsu Fengnian, would never resign himself to death. He would only fight with his head held high, and win. The sword pierced his chest. This sword could not even compare to Qi Jiajie's sword, could not compare to Beimang's Huang Qing's sword, could not compare to the swords of many people. But that sword, half was left in front of him, the other half was exposed behind him. At this moment, there was once a pair of man and woman in such a miserable state. Li Changgang and Lu Pao. She stood there in a daze. Hsu Fengnian opened his eyes, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He raised his arm, as if he wanted to reach out and grab something. But in the end, he only lightly grasped the hilt of the sword and gave her a deep look. This travel-worn young man, who had rushed from Beiliang to Guangling, turned around, slowly pulled out the sword pierced through his chest, and casually threw it far away. He covered his bleeding chest and did not speak. He had traveled thousands of li, from the desolate border to the beautiful mountains and clear waters. His clothes had long been wrinkled, his boots worn out. He had thousands of words to say, but in the end, he did not know where to start. To this world, it was like the young man who had crossed the river on the chessboard. He picked up the pawn and slowly wiped his palm across the blade. The pawn drank blood like a person drinking water, not leaving a single drop behind, all of it seeping into the blade. He squatted down and placed the pawn near the pair of boots. If someone bullies you in the future, break this blade. Even if I am thousands of li away, I will rush over in an instant. He paused for a moment, then said hoarsely, even if I am already dead at that time, I will come from the netherworld to the world of the living to see you again. Then he stood up and shouted to the heavens and earth, whoever dares to kill Jiang Ni, I, Hsu Fengnian, will kill him. When he finished speaking, he raised his arm to cover his eyes and did not put it down for a long time. He took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. Her hand was still stretched out in the distance, as if she wanted to grab something. Her face suddenly turned snow-white, her other hand covering her mouth, but scarlet blood still seeped out from between her 5 fingers. But that hand that wanted to grab something was not willing to put it down. She really wanted to turn her head. She really wanted to see a smiling face. She wanted to see a guy who had been expressionless for many years smiling at her. She turned her head. He was not here. Chapter 1730. In the night, the capital of West Chu was ablaze with lights. Some people were happy while others were sad. The gates of the palace, which had already been locked during the night, opened one by one. A carriage that did not conform to the rules and etiquette slowly drove in. A withered old man without an official's robe stepped out. The new head eunuch of the ceremony directorate was about to go forward to support him when he was waved away by the old man. The old man followed the head eunuch of Da Chu, who had inexplicably become the #1 eunuch in Da Chu. The latter felt uneasy. He didn't know why the old grand preceptor insisted on visiting the palace in the middle of the night to have an audience with the emperor. He also didn't know why the emperor wanted to meet the head of the secretariat in Taiji Palace. The gates of Taiji Palace were wide open. Sun Shiji struggled to walk up the steps. The lights in the palace flickered. The old man could faintly see the figure of the emperor. The head eunuch felt a heavy atmosphere like a storm was coming. The emperor of Da Chu did not sit high on the dragon chair to wait for the old man. She did not walk out of the palace to welcome the stabilizing force of the Dhu dynasty. She stood behind the threshold of the palace, wearing a dragon robe. Her hands were behind her back. She had an arrogant attitude that kept people 1,000 miles away. Sun Shiji stopped a dozen steps away from the door of the palace and gazed at her. The old man's weathered face became increasingly bitter. It was not only because of the insidious assassination attempt that had occurred in the manner of the head of the Secretariat. It was more because the woman in front of him had for the first time openly shown her resistance. It made the old man feel both discouraged and guilty. After the head eunuch bowed and retreated far away from the palace, Sun Shiji slowly said, "Your Majesty, the Song family has let down Dhu. They have let down the scholars of Dhu. I, Sun Shiji, am blind. I cannot absolve myself from the blame." The woman with her back to the lights in the palace interrupted Sun Shiji. "As an official, shouldn't you kneel in front of the ruler of a country?" The old man, whom even the previous emperor of Liang treated with respect, did not become angry. On the contrary, he felt relieved. Sun Shiji patted his sleeves and knelt down without hesitation. "I, Sun Shiji, head of the Secretariat of Dhu's Ministry of Secretariat, greets your Majesty." She sneered and said, "Tonight, the head of the Secretariat did not wear official robes and entered the palace to meet the emperor. Jin considered that you are already old, so Jin will not blame you. If you have something to say, then say it. We are all ears." Sun Shiji kept his head down and used all his strength to say in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the Song family cannot be trusted. Many of the civil officials in the central government cannot be trusted. Even I, Sun Shiji, do not trust them. However, I implore your Majesty to trust the 200,000 soldiers on the front lines. I implore your Majesty to not take out your anger on the heroes who died for Dhu. Don't." The Dhu Empress Jiang Sai rudely interrupted the old man for the second time. "Vent your anger. Don't forget that we are standing right in front of you, just 10 steps away from you. If I really want to vent my anger on you, do you really think you can live past sunset?" She raised her voice. "The Song family is blind, but I can tell you, Sun Shiji, even if there is no Cao Chongqing in the capital and no imperial guards loyal to me, I can still kill all the traitors who dare to betray the Jiang family of Dhu." Sun Shiji's palms were pressed against the cold ground. His hands were cold, and his heart was even colder. After a moment of silence, the old man could only hear the endless sorrow in her words. "I have 100,000 swords. They were originally used to kill the Liang army, not the people of Dhu, and definitely not." The old man could no longer hear what she said after that. Sun Shiji knelt there, speechless. The door suddenly closed. Through the door, the Dhu Empress sneered and said, "You can leave. Sun Shiji, please rest assured. Dhu, please rest assured. Since I am the daughter of the previous emperor, I will die in the palace like the previous emperor." The old man stood up with difficulty and looked at the door. The head of the Secretariat, who had been refused entry, turned and left. He walked down the steps of the Dan Emperor carved with golden dragons and auspicious clouds. The submissive eunuch of the ceremony directorate stood there quietly like a night owl, waiting for a long time. This old man, who had been able to enter the central government of Dhu when he was just 20 years old, only now realized that the number of times he had taken the initiative to talk to eunuchs could be counted on one hand. The old man laughed at himself. Tonight, he still did not open his mouth to exchange pleasantries. He left the palace without saying a word. In a secluded little courtyard where the lights were waning, she sat alone on the threshold wearing a dragon robe. A pair of rough brocade boots were neatly placed beside her feet, and a knife was placed horizontally across her knees. She lowered her head and took out the copper coins that she had treasured for many years, placing them from one end of the scabbard to the other. She was regarded as the owner of Dhu's empire, but she had always felt that the only thing that truly belonged to her was these copper coins. The two seniors that she trusted the most in her life, the old man wearing a sheepskin coat and the uncle waiting for the order, both regarded her as a rare genius in the way of the sword. However, during the last and only time that she traveled with Li Chungang in Jianghu, she was always unwilling to practice swordsmanship with Li Chungang. 60 years ago, many Jianghu masters yearned to receive a few words of advice from Li Chungang. She did not know why, perhaps because she had seen that person practice the knife and felt that it was too difficult and too frightening, so she did not dare to practice swordsmanship. She only knew that she was timid. She had been timid for so many years and had been bullied for so many years. Why did she have to practice swordsmanship when she could easily study and earn money? In fact, there was one thing that she did not dare to admit at that time. What if one day she really became an immortal on Earth after practicing swordsmanship? Would she really stab him to death? No matter how rebellious the old bastard Song Wenfeng was, there was one thing that he said that reflected the thoughts of many old people of Dachu. That was, even if Beiliang was the place where Jiang Genai lived, it was definitely not a place where she could rest in peace. The Shu family and the Jiang family were not ordinary neighbors who clashed with each other. Instead, the Shu family's cavalry trampled Dachu's mountains and rivers. It was Xu Xiao who personally forced the Dachu's late emperor and Dachu's empress to death. It was Hsu Fengnian's father who personally killed the parents of the new Dachu's emperor, Jiang Sai. However, if that was the case, it was not impossible for her, who had long had vague memories of Dachu and who was used to hiding whenever something happened, to leave the capital. It was already so difficult for Beiliang, which was sandwiched between Liang and Beimang. Then the person who took over the burden from his father not only had to face the million-strong army of Beimang, but also had the wary Central Plains and the imperial court behind him. What if he took her away today? How would the emperor who took away Dachu face the people of the world? How would the people of the world curse him? In the first battle, the Beiliang cavalry had already lost more than 100,000 men. Would the Beiliang cavalry, who could have died a heroic death on the battlefield of Liangmang, have to die just because of a fox spirit like her, who could bring disaster to the country and the people? Could he really not feel guilty about this? Chapter 1731. She was a coward who was very afraid of taking responsibility. In the past, she was just a servant girl who would secretly curse people when she was washing clothes. Even if she could be heartless and not care about anything, pretending to be at ease behind you, Hsu Fengnian, there would be no place for you to feel at ease. She knew that in the territory of Dachu, in the past 20 years, many common people had privately said that the reason for the destruction of Dachu was because of her mother, whose face she had long forgotten. Otherwise, how could the magnificent Dachu, with its wise ruler, gathered civil officials, generals skilled in battle, and common people living in peace and happiness, lose to the barbarian Li Yang in the north, who didn't even know the etiquette between ruler and official? She didn't want to believe this, but sometimes she was still afraid. She was afraid that she would become his femme fatale. If it was 3 years ago, when she didn't understand anything, when she only felt that a man and a woman should be together as long as they liked each other, she would have left with him. But after entering Guangling Road, although she didn't understand the general situation of the world, after thinking about it and imagining countless scenes of reunion after parting for a long time, in the end, she realized that she didn't dare to leave, that she couldn't leave. She didn't know how many times she hid in her blankets and secretly cried. She didn't know how many times her palms were sweaty when she met with her officials. She didn't know how many times she wanted to fly on her sword to the Northwest Pass to see him, or to see Mount Qingliang in the distance, or to see the little vegetable garden on Mount Wudong. She clutched her chest, but her heart still ached. In the waning light, she missed him very much. She was actually very happy that he came to find her. She really wanted to tell him that she regretted stabbing him with her sword. In the years to come, you can hate me, but don't dislike me. She raised her head, her face full of tears, and sobbed softly. Even if you don't like me, you can only dislike West Chu's Jiang Sai. You can't dislike Jiang Genai. Looking from the top of the city wall, one could see the lights of tens of thousands of homes. There was a young man sitting quietly on the top of the city wall, like a lonely ghost with nowhere to go. His back was to the outside of the city, facing the inside of the city. Every once in a while, his body would sway, and blood would seep out of the wound on his chest that was hastily bandaged. A tall woman dressed in white hesitated for a long time before finally coming to his side. She said sadly, "Why bother? You're fighting an entire country by yourself." The young man was silent. The tall and beautiful woman sighed and said, "Although West Chu doesn't have much fate left, it's still not something you can easily fight against alone. Especially when you were injured in the battle with Chen Zhibao on the Guangling River. Since things are already like this, why do you want to stay here and make things worse? In the eyes of a Qi refinement warrior, she could see the giant pillar of providence that stood in the center of West Chu's capital city. White flood dragons were constantly separating from it and pouncing on her, crashing into her body. This was West Chu's true killer move against the Earth Immortals. As for the two city guards, they were not even worth mentioning. The young man was still looking at the distant palace city. He said calmly, "Tantai Pingjing, actually I know that according to fate, there are actually two people whom the heavenly axiom hates to win against Hsu Fengnian. Other than Xie Guanyin, who raised a flood dragon in a bowl, there's also you, the sect master of the Guanyin sect." However, in the battle of the imperial astronomer, Xie Guanyin was beaten to a pulp. Ancestor Lu, who was either a heaven immortal or an earth immortal, appeared. Unfortunately, Hong Shixiang was still unwilling to accept the second recruitment by the heavenly axiom. Therefore, I also know that after Xie Guanying's fate was greatly injured, the person who benefited the most was actually you. Therefore, I'm waiting for you to make a move. Instead of waiting for you and me to become enemies in the future, instead of worrying about you ruining my Beiliang's fate in the future, it's better to have a clean end between you and me now. Tantai Pingjing's expression was complicated. Hsu Fengnian coughed a few times and said slowly, "Before you decide to make a move, the two of us can be considered as friends. Why don't you have a chat with me?" Tantai Pingjing nodded and said, "Okay." Hsu Fengnian, whose feet were hanging outside the wall, smiled and said, "Guess who I envy the most among all the people of the pugilistic world?" Tantai Pingjing thought for a moment and asked, "Is it not Li Chungang?" Hsu Fengnian shook his head and said, "No." Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. "Mount Hui's Shenyuan Jingcheng?" Hsu Fengnian suddenly turned his head and was a little flustered. He scolded jokingly, "You're courting death. Admiration is admiration, but I don't want to be Shenyuan Jingcheng." Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. Hsu Fengnian looked into the distance again. The city was full of lights, as if he was looking up at the bright stars of summer and autumn. "I envy Ng Tai the most. He doesn't care about the ups and downs of the pugilistic world, and he doesn't care about the treacherous clouds in the palace. After leaving the Wu family's sword tomb, he has no more grievances and no more attachments. He is all alone in the world, riding a donkey and looking at the mountains and rivers. I believe that if one day this peach blossom sword god suddenly falls in love with a girl, he and she will be free and unfettered." Tantai Pingjing said with emotion, "I really didn't expect it to be Ng Tai." Hsu Fengnian crossed his hands on his knees and said, "Yes." Tantai Pingjing sat beside him and was actually a little taller than him. "Why didn't she leave?" Hsu Fengnian thought for a moment and said, "Probably because she has grown up." "I'm actually not as sad as you think." Tantai Pingjing said, "Then you are still very sad. Being stabbed in the heart by your sweetheart is like being stabbed in the heart. It would be strange if you weren't sad." Hsu Fengnian snorted coldly. He didn't refute or admit it. Tantai Pingjing squinted and said softly, "In this life, everyone has their own destiny. Some people are always able to do what they want to do and are very lucky. Some people are always able to do what they want to do and are very happy. And some people can only do what they should do and some people can only do what others think they should do." Hsu Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. It affected his wound again and he coughed heavily a few times. Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to raise her hand and pat his back a few times. But in fact, she didn't even move her fingers. She was in a dilemma. Hsu Fengnian shook his head gently and suspected that he was imagining things. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be able to comfort people. Will the sun rise from the west tomorrow?" Tantai Pingjing was expressionless. But even if she wasn't angry, her mood wouldn't be much better. So not long after she sat down, she stood up again. Hsu Fengnian looked up curiously. She said unhappily, "I'm hungry. Let's go for a midnight snack. Only when you are full will you have the strength to fight." Tantai Pingjing flew from the top of the city wall into the city. Hsu Fengnian laughed softly behind her. "Silly big guy, Although the memory left by your master is very fragmented, I can tell you one thing. He cared about you very much. At least when he left the world, he was still worried that you would be hungry. Tantai Pingjing's face flushed instantly and she almost fell to the ground. After she left, he continued to look at the palace city. Looking at her. Wanting to be together forever. It seemed that a Taoist saint once said that it was better to forget each other than to help each other in times of need. After sitting for a long time, Hsu Fengnian, who was drowsy, suddenly stood up and stood on the top of the city wall between the city and the city. The next day, a person was lying on a beam and dozing off. He was leisurely and happy. Chapter 1732. Today's Dhu court conference was gloomy and gloomy. This made many mid-level officials, who temporarily did not have the qualifications to enter the hall, feel at a loss. In particular, the 3 members of the Song family, who were usually like the sun in the midday sky, did not appear. Not only that, it was rumored that the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of Rights, and more than a dozen other influential officials had all resigned due to illness. It was the Emperor who had ordered Chi Su, the deputy commander of the palace guards, who had suddenly taken sole power overnight, to lead soldiers to each of the manors to invite the various officials to participate in today's court conference. As a result, this group of important people from different camps and different mountains appeared late together, attracting attention. Regarding the turmoil in the capital yesterday, most of them had heard of it. However, that disturbance had occurred within the imperial city, and the entire city had been placed under martial law very quickly. Many of the officials had only received bits and pieces of information. However, there was no doubt that the northern Liang vassal king had caused quite a bit of trouble. His arrogant declaration that had been heard throughout the city had shocked many people, left many people at a loss, and made many people angry. Not to mention others, just speaking of the young talents of Dhu inside and outside the court conference hall, which one of them did not feel grief and indignation? When everyone stepped into the hall, they realized that the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate had also changed his face. The emperor, who was supposed to enter the hall later, was already sitting on the dragon throne. Her eyes were cold. For the first time, many officials felt the majesty of the empress. Important officials like the Minister of Personnel, Yuan Shanhong, and the Assistant Minister of Rights, Guo Shi, unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to face the young woman. In the past, almost all of the civil and military officials who held office in the capital and could participate in the court conference had a tacit understanding. Regardless of wind and rain, regardless of whether it was hot summer or snowfall, without exception, they all viewed the daily court conference as a pleasing event and never saw it as a difficult journey. The reason was simple. Dhu's emperor was not only a young woman in her prime, but she was also one of the 4 beauties of the Rouge Review. Looking at the emperor sitting high on the dragon chair and wearing a dragon robe, even if it was just a glimpse out of the corner of one's eye, one would feel relaxed and happy. Last year, when Dhu's power was at its greatest, there was an elegant joke. There was a young general in Dhu who had made a name for himself in the court. In defeating Yang Shunxing and Yang Zhenchuan, the 2 great generals of Li Yang, he had made illustrious military achievements. When he followed the main general, Xie Shibian, into the capital to meet the emperor, he actually blushed during the symbolic monarch and official question and answer session in the court assembly. It was as if he was suffering from a mental illness. He couldn't say a single word, causing the entire hall to roar with laughter. If it weren't for the head of the secretariat, Sun Shiji, who was sitting on the chair, quickly shouting for them to stop, the laughter would probably have traveled far into the hall. Today's court conference was no longer as harmonious as before. Most of the officials sitting toward the back of the hall secretly craned their necks and sized up the head of the secretariat, who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. They tried to see some clues from the face of this old man, who was known to be the most important person in the world. Unfortunately, other than the old man not leaning back slightly like before and doing his best to sit upright and still, there was no strange expression on his face. Compared to the numerous civil officials who were walking on thin ice, the military officials in the court were much calmer. He Taisheng, who had a smooth career in Dhu's officialdom, had disappeared. It was not that his family had not inquired about the news. They had even gone to the Song family to visit, but the door to the Song manor was tightly shut. Last night, the other deputy commander who held military power also did not return home. However, at least some news had spread out from the royal palace. It was not to the extent that he would lose his position and be imprisoned. No matter what was said, there were only about 20 or so seats in the Jingdo and Jingji army that could be used in public. All of a sudden, there were 2 fewer seats. This meant that many people could take advantage of the situation and move forward. This was a good thing. Now that their positions were higher, even if there was a day when the person sitting on the dragon chair was changed, even if the official hat of West Chu was worthless, the possibility of it being exchanged for a protective talisman or a life-saving talisman was greater. Otherwise, who would take a minister-counselor of the 6 ministries seriously? If they really wanted to settle accounts in the future, if the official hat on their heads was not high enough and their status was not high enough, then they could be removed. Lu Shengxiang and Wu Zhongshuan did not even have to greet the Emperor of Great Peace City or the Ministry of Justice. The head eunuch who was supposed to be the head of the ceremony directorate shouted, "I have something to report." However, this head eunuch who was supposed to be proud of his success kept a straight face and did not show any signs of opening his mouth. The Empress of Da Chu sat there. In the past, she always gave people a feeling of restlessness. At this moment, she seemed extremely high and mighty, like a monarch who had accumulated great prestige from ruling the world for many years. She went straight to the point and said, "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have heard too much from all of you. Today, all of you just need to listen to me. There is no need for you to say anything." Some people had already begun to shrink their necks and swallow their saliva. It was to the extent that everyone forgot to kneel in the main hall. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Yuan Shanhong, happened to be standing behind the Minister of Personnel. Because he was looking down, he happened to see the minister's legs trembling. Was this still the Yuan Lianhua who was known as the best talker in the world? Was this still the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel who was always high-spirited in court and even dared to make trouble for the frontline commander, Xie Shibian? The first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains, Jiang Sai, looked down at the group of civil and military officials. The room was full of purple and yellow crowns. Outside the door, there were a few officials who realized that they should have stood up after kneeling. They looked into the main hall with blank faces and looked at her. Then, they quickly lowered their heads under her gaze. She said in a low voice, "The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, He Taisheng, has been sentenced to death. The former deputy commander, Ji Yu Sui, has been transferred to the position of deputy general of the southern Jingji army." He Taisheng was dead. Although the high-ranking officials in the imperial court had already made some guesses based on the clues, when they actually heard the news, their faces were still full of shock and fear. It was inevitable that they felt some sympathy for the death of the rabbit. It was not that the life and death of the boorish man, He Taisheng, was important. Rather, it meant that the Song family, which dominated Da Chu's court, had really collapsed. Since even the Song household, which had 3 ministers, had completely lost power, then who in the imperial court could live to 100 years old? The scariest thing was that the head of the Hall of Secretaries, who had always been on good terms with the Song family, did not seem surprised at all. He still did not open his eyes. The Jiyu family, which was slightly inferior to the Song family, was still a behemoth with deep roots in Da Chu. The former deputy commander, Ji Yu Sui, was the eldest grandson of the current provincial right servant, Ji Yu Yang. However, the Jiyu family was criticized by Ji Yu Sui's elders. In the Jiyu family's second branch, there were 3 people who had been in Liang for many years. It was just that their career in Gangnam-do was not smooth. Furthermore, when West Chu was reinstated this time, none of the 3 Jiyu family members, whose official positions were only the size of a sesame seed, were willing to return to their roots. They even quickly wrote a letter of severance to the family. Under Ji Yu Yang's personal supervision, the 3 people's names were removed from the family tree. At that time, many officials treated the Ji Yu family's dirty laundry as a joke. When the Liang army came to encircle them from 4 fronts, everyone suddenly realized. Hearing that the eldest grandson of the eldest son was only going to be a deputy general of the southern Jingji army, Ji Yu Yang lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly. However, The young emperor's next words were no less shocking than thunder in his ears. The provincial right servant, Song Wenfeng, was ordered to die. Ji Yang, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was shocked. What if the word left was changed to right? While he was shocked, he could not help but ask himself. If he was really ordered to die, what would Ji Yang do? What would the entire family do? After looking at each other, a third-rank civil official, who was well known in the imperial court, immediately walked out of the ranks. He held a jade tablet in his hands and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, "I would like to ask your majesty, why did your majesty order Sir Song to die? I would also like to ask, why was Sir Song sentenced to death?" After two seemingly rude questions, this official, who was related to the Song household by marriage for several generations, simply raised his head and stared at his majesty's face. He continued to ask, "I have one last question." The previous emperor had once bestowed the Song family with the red ink iron certificate, publicly promising that the Song family could share the world with the Jiang family of Da Chu for generations to come. After this official publicly defied the emperor's edict, almost all the officials in the imperial court began to nod their heads vigorously. Their indignation was evident in their words and expressions. He took a step forward, not caring that he had just said one last question and that there would soon be a fourth question. He said righteously, "I would like to ask your majesty, could it be that your majesty was not born of the Jiang family of Da Chu? Otherwise, how could you dare to go against the previous emperor? If I remember correctly, with that red ink iron certificate, the descendants of the Song family could avoid death 4 times. At this time, no one was paying attention to whether the Secretary of State, Sun Shiji, had his eyes open or closed. Chapter 1733. The old man sitting on the chair gripped the edge of the chair with his withered hands, breathing with difficulty. Da Chu's emperor, Jiang Sai, did not panic at all. With a half-smile, he said, "The red ink iron certificate bestowed by the previous emperor? Of course, I remember, but you probably don't. Taizu once said that anyone who committed a great crime of rebellion would be executed." The official was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. He looked around, as if he had gone mad. How laughable, how laughable. In the long history of the Chu dynasty, there has never been an official who was given a certificate and executed. I didn't think that I would be so lucky to meet His Majesty, the Emperor who has opened up a new era. The Hanlin scholar, who was known for his elegance, suddenly raised the jade tablet high up and smashed it viciously on the floor of the hall. It instantly shattered. His voice was like the mournful cry of a dragon and phoenix. The Hanlin scholar, who had frightened everyone, said clearly, "I don't want to be an official like this." Then, just as he turned to leave the hall, the old grand tutor, Sun Shiji, who was already at the end of his life, slapped the edge of the chair and shouted angrily, "What a scandal! Li Zhangji, even if you want to hang up your seal and resign, you should wait until the court session ends before you can leave the hall. Otherwise, you should go straight to the imperial prison yourself. There's no need for the Ministry of Justice to interrogate you." The Hanlin scholar froze on the spot and snorted heavily. Although he was not afraid, in the end, he did not walk out of the hall. Instead, he swaggered back to the ranks of the officials. With Li Zhangji taking the lead, the civil and military officials, who had always believed in hiding knives in their sleeves but had to maintain harmony on the surface, felt their backs straighten a little. The young female emperor's inexplicable madness began to seem a bit like a self-amusing joke. Yes, the court was full of civil and military officials. Behind them were so many powerful families that would rise again with the spring breeze regardless of the rise and fall of the dynasties. As long as we are of the same breath and branch, do we really fear a young woman without the support of Cao Changqing? Furthermore, looking at the situation, the old grand tutor was only tolerating her crazy actions and did not support them. Jiang Sai shot a glance at the Hanlin Academy scholar who looked like a victorious general on the battlefield. He sneered and said, "Li Zhangji, I heard that you claim to be an ancient and modern scholar. You don't even need to look at them. You can only judge the good and bad based on your nose." Just as Li Changji flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to refute, Cheng Wenyu, a famous scholar of the same generation in the literary world who had been the most critical of Li Changji, walked out of the ranks unexpectedly. He didn't even hold up the jade tablet. Instead, he held it in one hand and said with a smile, "Although the scholars of the Dhu have no objections to Master Li's poetry and prose, Your Majesty must know that even this old man of the Song family in Liang, the son of this old man Song, once commented that writing is like a fierce general on the battlefield commanding troops, in a fierce battle without rest. It is also like a ruthless official handling a case, scrupulous to the end, strict but not lenient. Although it is a little biased and fair, it can be said to be extremely powerful. Your Majesty, let's not talk about Master Li's ability as an official, but this essay, although Cheng Wenyu didn't say the last half of his sentence, the meaning behind his words was very clear. Li Changji's scholarly essay was definitely not something that Jiang Sai could comment on. What was even more thought-provoking was not the common cynicism and ridicule that scholars were used to. Of course, for a court official to directly face the monarch and ridicule him, there was no lack of unyielding people in history, but there certainly weren't many. Cheng Wenyu's magnificent feat was still very praiseworthy. Perhaps in the future, it would go down in history and be written about by later generations of historians. Other than that, what was really worth chewing on was Cheng Wenyu's righteous words on behalf of his sworn enemy in the literary world. This meant that not to mention the other officials, even Li Changji, who was at the very least attached to the towering tree of the Song family at that time, was no longer fighting alone. The two aristocratic families behind Cheng Wenyu had been forcefully pulled onto the Song family's ship that should have already sunk into the Guangling River. This wasn't adding flowers to brocade, but rather firmly helping to light the lamp in the dark room. Following Cheng Wenyu's departure from the ranks, a knowing smile rose to the corners of the lips of many officials who had been frightened because of their dirty dealings. Very quickly, an official from the back row also stepped out. However, he didn't have Li Changji's heroic spirit that reached the clouds, nor did he have Cheng Wenyu's noble character and unquestionable integrity. He only trembled with fear as he spoke to the emperor. After all, the Song family had been Dhu's cornerstone for 300 years. The war between the two countries was raging like a raging fire. Blaming the Song family at this time would chill the hearts of the soldiers on the front lines. Jiang Sai was indifferent. Sun Shiji turned his head to look at the young emperor with regret and pleading. He regretted that she shouldn't have suddenly used such a strong medicine on Dhu, a critically ill patient. He prayed that she wouldn't let her emotions affect her decisions. As the emperor of a country, he could hide a needle in silk floss. He could be gentle in his methods. He could be flexible in his methods. If he wanted to condemn someone, he could always find a pretext. He could deliberately cultivate factions in the court to maintain balance. He could even privately feel that the saying water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat did not make sense. However, he couldn't allow himself to become a true lonely person. He couldn't allow himself to become the public enemy of all the civil and military officials in the court. After all, when the flood reached the heavens, the people who were in the same boat as him were precisely those officials in the court. If the person who sat on the dragon throne ended up in a situation where everyone in the boat was the enemy of the country, then there would really be a change of dynasty. Sun Shiji's lips trembled. The old man no longer had the strength to speak loudly. He could only repeat in a low voice that sounded like he was mumbling to himself, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Jiang Sai said expressionlessly, "Oh? Did this old man of the Song family, who lost his integrity in his later years, say that? Jin has never heard of it. Jin has only heard from Cao Changqing that you, Li Changji, only have the air of a paper craftsman, the air of a scholar of the same weight, and the air of a refined scholar." Li Changji and Cheng Wenyu, these two literary giants of Dhu's scholarly world who could summon the wind and summon the rain, felt as if they were struck by lightning at the same time. They didn't know how to respond. Cao Changqing. He had always been the person with the most detached status in Dhu. Ever since he received the imperial edict to enter the palace and become a chess piece awaiting the imperial edict, he had been the most proud person in West Chu. When Li Mi lost to him on the chessboard, Yi Baikue laughed and said, "If there's you on the Dhu battlefield, then there won't be me." Tang Jiahe, who was known as the omniscient master of miscellaneous studies, even told people that if there was something I didn't know, I should ask Cao Changqing. When Dhu's mountains and rivers were intact, It was like this. After Da Chu became West Chu, it was even more so. Suddenly, Song Jingde, the deputy general of the Imperial Guard in Da Chu, who was born in a rich and powerful family, seemed to be talking to himself. He said in a low voice, "In this time of crisis, dare I ask where is Cao Changqing?" When Sun Shiji, who was not paying attention to, heard this sentence, he slumped against the back of the chair. The old man closed his eyes, his breathing was weak. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court, those high-ranking officials, all sneered incessantly, while those officials in the back kept quiet out of fear. Jiang Sai wanted to say something but hesitated. She was filled with anger, but she couldn't say anything. She suddenly walked down from the dragon chair, walked to the chair, squatted down, and gently held the old man's withered hand, which was trembling so powerlessly. Sun Shiji could no longer speak. He tried his best to open his eyes. In his eyes, there was only the pity and kindness of an elder looking at the younger generation. She wanted to say something. She wanted to say "I'm sorry." But the old man used the last of his energy to shake his head slightly. The old man seemed to want to laugh and say to her, "You've already done very well. Don't feel guilty, don't feel guilty." In the Da Chu dynasty, which was once the orthodox dynasty of the Central Plains, this old man who slowly closed his eyes seemed to be satisfied with his achievements at the age of 20. After 60 years of merits and demerits, honor and disgrace, there was nothing left to say. After the old man closed his eyes, his withered hand, which was covered in age spots and had no flesh, seemed to push this female emperor. It was as if he wanted to push her out of this smoke-filled imperial court, push her very far away, push her out of the northwestern frontier. When all the civil and military officials in the imperial court saw this scene, they all had complicated thoughts. There was a soft cough that sounded above everyone's heads. Other than Emperor Jiang Sai, who suddenly stood up and raised her head, no one else noticed. She saw a young man who had been sleeping on a beam sit up and smile at her. Originally, even if everyone on the boat was an enemy nation, she didn't feel wronged. She also didn't fear that they would reveal their true intentions. But for some reason, after seeing him, she felt that she had suffered a great grievance. She knew that she was unreasonable. In fact, she had always been much more unreasonable than him. But she just wanted to let him know that she felt wronged in front of him. She liked him, so she didn't want to reason with him. He liked her, so he had to reason with her. There was no reason to reason with this kind of reason. She shed tears, but her face also flushed red. She was somewhat embarrassed. Lowering her head wasn't enough. She even turned her head away, not daring to look at him. In the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. It wasn't because of the emperor's strange actions. Instead, it was because a young man with a war blade at his waist floated down from above to land next to the emperor of Da Chu. He gently placed one hand on her head and the other hand on the hilt of his blade. Facing all of them, facing the civil and military officials of Da Chu inside and outside the Great Hall, he smiled and said, "Cao Changqing is not here, but I, Hsu Fengnian, Chapter 1734. In the main hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After Sun Shiji closed his eyes and passed away, Tang Shi became the most senior official in Da Chu's court. This old man had always chosen to stand by and watch during the previous farce. The Hua Yin Tang family was not one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period. They rose during the founding of Da Chu, flourished during the golden age of Da Chu, and declined during the last years of Da Chu. It could be said that the Hua Yin Tang family was the one that truly shared weal and woe with the Jiang family of Da Chu. After the fall of Da Chu, no one from the Tang family entered the Liyang officialdom. After the restoration of West Chu, the Tang family was one of the first families to respond to Cao Changqing. Although everyone knew that Tang Shi and Sun Shiji did not have the same political views, it was a true dispute between gentlemen. They each had their own cliques, and there had never been any internal strife. Tang Shi was probably the first official to notice that Sun Shiji's light was about to be extinguished. At that time, Tang Shi did not feel happy at all. Instead, it was as if he had a bad neighbor who had quarreled with him for a lifetime but had never fought with him. The old man did not look at the emperor. He stared at the legendary young vassal king and asked calmly, The king of Bailiang did not leave Dachu's capital yesterday. Did you come here today to kill people and obtain the merit of quelling the rebellion? Without waiting for Hsu Fengnian to answer, the old man raised his arm and pointed at his head with a jade tablet. He smiled and said, "If that is the case, why don't you start with me, Tang Shi? Dachu's Huai Yin Tang is in charge of political affairs, secondary first rank. I think my head has some weight." Soon, a military official stepped forward. It was the burly man who had asked, "May I ask where Cao Changqing is?" He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone says that the king of Bailiang's martial arts are top-notch. Then, Dachu's military officials will start with me, Zhao Yunhao. I hope that the king of Bailiang will not despise me, Dachu's Zhenan general, for not having a prominent official position. Dachu could be destroyed, or it could be destroyed by the Liyang army. The only thing they couldn't do was to fall into the hands of the Shu family again." Hsu Fengnian's hand pressed down on Jiang Enai's head, slightly increased in strength, indicating that she should not speak. He looked at the civil and military figures, one in front and one behind, and then raised his gaze to look even further into the distance. With a smile, he said, "Okay, Teacher Tang, Zhao Yunhao, this king will remember the two of you." Wait a moment. Two was too little. If this king wanted to kill them, he would kill them both. Then who would be willing to give up their heads as a gift? General Zhao was right. Cao Changqing wasn't in the capital, so they couldn't think of anyone who could stop this king from killing people. The Minister of Appointments, Jiyu Yang, Hanlin Academy scholar, Li Changji, Cheng Wenyu, Assistant Minister of Rights, Su Yang, why aren't you all standing out? Or are you saying that you've found a way out and can't bear to die? If this king didn't remember wrongly, your families all had people who died for the country after the Battle of the Western Wall. Among the four, only the elderly Jiyu Yang walked out silently to Teacher Tang's side. The other three didn't move, especially Cheng Wenyu and Li Changji, the two great literary figures of the time. They were so scared that their faces were pale. Following old Minister Gu's resolute decision to die, the civil and military officials gradually moved from the left and right to the middle. There were people who were in their 30s, in their 40s, in their ears, and in their 70s. In the main hall, there were more than 50 high-ranking officials and dignitaries who were loved by the people. They were the pillars of Dachu's country. In the end, half of them chose to be loyal officials who would die without a doubt. The other half were naturally fence-sitters other than the strong wind and the strong grass. The heroic stupidity, the intelligent humility. At this moment, there was a clear distinction. Jiang Enai turned her head away and didn't let him put his hand on her head. Hsu Fengnian didn't argue with her and didn't seem to have any intention of killing people in the main hall. He smiled and said, "My Bailiang cavalry is going south to Guangling Road. Whether or not we're going to quell the rebellion depends on everyone's attitude. Your emperor is personally leading the troops at the front lines. The one standing beside this king right now is just a silly daughter who ran away from home. As long as you're willing to take a step back, this king will pretend that nothing happened. On the Western Wall battlefield, the West Chu emperor can continue to boost the morale of the army. You bunch of civil and military officials can continue to point out the country or find your own way out. How about it? If there's anyone who doesn't want to take a step back, this king will really go on a killing spree today and throw all your heads to Wu Zhongshuan or Shu Gong. As for whether you believe me or not, that's up to you. I'll give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to weigh the pros and cons." No, only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. When he said the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Hsu Fengnian casually glanced at the long imperial road outside the main hall. For some reason, he changed it to the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Hsu Fengnian's thumb slowly pushed the knife out of its sheath an inch or so. The small bit of light was particularly dazzling. Hsu Fengnian continued, "It's not important whether Dachu has Jiang Enai or not. As long as there's Jiang Sai on the Western Front, it's enough. Isn't that right?" Hsu Fengnian looked at Hanlin Academy scholar Li Changji, who didn't have a jade tablet in his hands, and emphasized, "Scholar Li, isn't that right?" Li Changji, who no longer had his previous strength of character, nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness is right." In the main hall, Some of the officials who hadn't walked out of their ranks started to look at their colleagues. Some people started to softly persuade their family friends or relatives, using emotion and reason. Some people even secretly ran over and tried to pull back the officials standing in the middle of the main hall. At the same time, some people pretended not to see, some turned a deaf ear, and some even angrily rebuked. Only a few officials returned to their positions with faces full of shame. Seeing this scene, Hsu Fengnian, who had a calm expression, actually had mixed feelings. Dhu used to be the backbone of the Central Plains. Therefore, when Dhu fell, the Central Plains sank. One could only imagine how tragic the soul-stirring battle of the Western Wall was. When someone noticed that Hsu Fengnian's expression was becoming more and more serious, someone finally had a mental breakdown. Assistant Minister of Rights Su Yang, who had been secretly colluding with the Liyang military, suddenly shivered. As if he suddenly had an epiphany, he quickly walked to the position behind Minister Tang and smiled flatteringly at Hsu Fengnian. Your Highness, I am Su Yang from West Chu's Ministry of Rights. When will Your Highness cavalry from the border arrive outside the capital of West Chu? Instead of being dragged to the grave by a group of idiots, he, Su Yang, might as well choose the lesser of two evils. Although relying on the northern Liang would definitely cause him to suffer in the future, and it was far from being able to directly connect with General Li Yang, it was still better than not being able to see the sun outside the hall. Chu's Assistant Minister of Rights kept saying West Chu. Hsu Fengnian clicked his tongue and said, "It seems that Assistant Minister Su's position is not too high, but you are the smartest person in this big house. It's a pity that you are only an assistant minister. If this king was the Liyang emperor, he would let you be the Minister of Rights in charge of the imperial court." Su Yang, who was sweating profusely, was able to become an assistant minister. After all, he was not really that stupid. How could he not hear the ridicule in the young king's words? He said resentfully, "Your Highness, you are overpraising me." Hsu Fengnian moved his thumb away and the cold blade quickly returned to its scabbard. Su Yang was immediately delighted. Hsu Fengnian turned his head and stared at Jiang Genai. He softly teased, "Yesterday, I didn't insist that you immediately leave the capital because I was afraid that you would be unable to think clearly. Today is different. If you still don't understand, then I will have to knock you out and carry you away." She blinked and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Hsu Fengnian did not turn his head. He reached out and casually pointed at the civil and military officials. "There are people like Master Tang, Jiyu Yang, and Zhao Yunhao. It means that your trip to West Chu was not in vain. But there are also people like Su Yang, Li Changji, and Cheng Wenyu. It means that you have no reason to stay in West Chu and wait for death. You are a stupid girl. Don't think that you are an emperor after being an empress for a few days. Chu's people in West Chu are like what I told you yesterday. They have a choice. Most people are not destined to die. Now, they are in a situation where those who wish to die can die, and those who wish to live can live. Now, tell me, when will you leave with me?" She subconsciously wanted to turn around. If something happened, she would hide first. Chapter 1735. As a result, he stretched out his hands and pressed on her shoulders. He laughed angrily, "Still hiding?" Hsu Fengnian stared at her. He suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "I'm not trying to scare you this time. If you don't leave now, I'll be in trouble, and it won't be small." Her expression changed dramatically. She said, "Wait for me." Then she ran to the side door of the main hall. However, she suddenly turned her head and smiled brightly at him. Two small dimples. Almost at the same time, Hsu Fengnian waved his sleeves. All the officials in the main hall felt a strong wind blowing in their faces. They retreated one after another and covered their faces with their sleeves. As a result, they were unable to witness the devastatingly beautiful scenery. Hsu Fengnian said to the figure who was running away with the dragon robe in his hands, "If it's just a pawn crossing the river, it doesn't matter if you take it or not. I can take it with me." She didn't even turn her head. She simply said two words, "Copper coins." Hsu Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reminded her, "I'll wait for you at the Imperial City Gate." Other than the copper coins, Don't forget to tame the great Liang dragon sparrow. It might be useful. After saying this, HSU Fengnian swept out of the main hall and stopped directly outside the imperial city gate. The eunuch of the ceremony directorate was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly followed, trying to catch up with His Majesty. If he was unlucky, if there was really a life and death battle, then he would have to fight to the death with that opponent before she could reach him. The degree of danger might not be less than the time when he faced the human cat Han Shengxian. The person who stopped him on the imperial road was Tantai Pingjing, who was talking happily at the city gate last night. After Hong Shixiang and Xie Guanyin gave up or lost their qualifications, she became the most qualified person in the world to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Last night, the only remaining Qi cultivator grandmaster in the world, the so-called supper she spoke of so casually was the fate of West Chu. Originally, the remaining providence in West Chu's capital city could still keep out a martial Dao grandmaster who had ascended to the Earth Immortal realm. However, it could only stop one person. The reason why HSU Fengnian was able to kill his way into the imperial palace from the southern gate of the capital was because of the West Chu Emperor Jiang Genai. Her existence was extremely important. To be precise, it was Jiang Genai's indecision that allowed HSU Fengnian to be able to leisurely stroll in the courtyard. However, if it was someone who harbored enmity towards West Chu and Jiang Genai, even if it was Tuoba Bodhisattva or NG Tai, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter the imperial city. Like HSU Fengnian, they could also kill the two city guards. However, if they were to face Jiang Genai's 100,000 swords, then Jiang Genai's chances of victory would most likely be higher. If one did not enter the celestial phenomenon realm, one would not know the mysteries behind this kind of indescribable advantage. HSU Fengnian originally thought that no matter how bad his luck was, Tantai Pingjing would not fall out with him now. However, HSU Fengnian raised his head to look at the sky and then looked at the human world in the distance. His eyes were in a trance. In an instant, heaven and earth turned upside down. It was not a banished immortal, but a real countless celestial beings in the human world. HSU Fengnian closed his eyes and exhaled softly. With one step, it was the difference between yin and yang, the difference between heaven and earth. HSU Fengnian's figure seemed to walk into a water curtain and disappeared into thin air. In the Taiji Palace, the atmosphere was solemn. When the young vassal king left, all the civil and military officials were stunned for a moment. First, the head eunuch, who had been instructed by the emperor to carefully move Sun Shiji's body out. In the end, only the head eunuch of Ping Zhong silently followed, as if he was carrying a coffin. The other officials stayed in the palace and did not move. Li Changji and Cheng Wenyu both cursed Beiliang in a low voice. The assistant minister of rites, Su Yang, who had unknowingly become the center of attention, was calm. Even when General Zhao Yunhao angrily reprimanded him for not having the dignity of a great Chu official, Su Yang only sneered. The Secretariat and Manxia provinces were like dragons without a head. Cao Changqing, who was in charge of the 6 ministries, was also missing. This made the Minister of Personnel, Ji Yuling, the most important official in the palace. Ji Yang looked at the chaotic scene. Although his heart was in a mess, the heavenly official of Da Chu still said in a deep voice, "Regarding today's matter, I ask everyone to keep your mouths shut after you leave the court. You must not mention His Majesty's departure from the capital. Remember, His Majesty is still at the front line of the Western Wall battlefield. His Majesty is personally leading the army for Da Chu. If anyone can't keep their mouths shut, I will do my best to punish them, even at the risk of being cursed. Don't say that I didn't warn you." General Zhennan Zhao Yunhao, who belonged to a different camp from Ji Yuyang's faction, said gloomily, "This time, I am willing to be Lord Gu's lackey." The Minister of Revenue was a good man in his 70s. He was once known as the master of making mistakes in Da Chu's previous dynasty. This time, he also made an unprecedented firm statement: "Everyone, listen to me. In times of crisis, we should help each other in the same boat. Don't do something that will harm others and harm yourself. Da Chu is beyond cure. We should be careful with our words and actions." Ji Yang suddenly stared at Su Yang. "What do you think, Assistant Minister Su?" Su Yang smiled and said, If someone else had said this, I, Su Yang, would have let it go. But since it's Minister Gu, it's different. What he meant was that he, Su Yang, was about to find his next home. If anyone tried to stop him from fishing in troubled waters, he wouldn't care about them. But since it was Ji Yang, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also flirting with the Liang Imperial Court, then they should all take it easy. Since everyone was going to sell themselves to Liang's Zhao family, let's not haggle over the price now. Otherwise, the price of jade would be reduced to the price of cabbage. Wouldn't that be benefiting Liang for nothing? Ji Ling nodded. Su Yang keenly caught the look of disdain in the minister's eyes. The assistant minister sneered in his heart. At the end of the day, you and I are both prostitutes in a brothel. Your Ji family's price is just a little higher. I, Su Yang, am just a little less cultured than you in the main hall today. But Lord Ji, don't you find it embarrassing? The only great general in West Chu's imperial court who was currently in the capital, General of Agile Cavalry Chen Kunshan, said in a deep voice, from this moment on, the entire city is under martial law. Only those who enter the city are allowed to leave. This sentence was only slightly surprising, but the next sentence made some people's faces turn pale. If the imperial guards and spies in the capital find out that someone's family has a carrier pigeon flying, then they will be punished for treason. Their entire family will be executed immediately. Outside the palace, a palace eunuch wearing a python robe carried a corpse wrapped in silk and quickly walked towards the carriage outside the palace. The head of the Tang family in Huaiyin, Da Chu's secondary first-rank official, Tang Shi, followed behind him and said sadly in a low voice, Son Shiji, people say that people should walk towards higher places. Why did you come from Liang's imperial court to this one? Tang Shi's old tears flowed down his face. He suddenly quickened his steps and shouted to the eunuch, I'll carry him. The eunuch looked at the old man in surprise. Tang Shi smiled sadly and said, an old man carrying a dead person. What's the harm in being slower? Tang Shi carried Sun Shiji on his back and slowly walked forward. In the spring breeze of the city, a former Da Chu romantic named Sun Shiji silently returned to his roots on the back of an old man called Tang Shi. The imperial court slowly dispersed. Above everyone's heads, a bright sword light rose from the imperial palace and landed outside the gates of the imperial palace. Jiang Ni, who was standing on the sword, looked around blankly. Why couldn't she find him? And she couldn't feel any chi activity at all. She tried to calm herself down and closed her eyes. The lake of swords instantly flew out in all directions of the capital. The 100,000 flying swords were like a giant lotus flower blooming in Guangling Road. Jiang Ni began to use the sword wills in the world to connect with heaven and earth to determine Hsu Fengnian's approximate whereabouts. She prayed silently in her heart. You must wait for me. She suddenly opened her eyes. There was shock, doubt, panic, and fear. Her sword heart was clear, telling her that Hsu Fengnian was actually nearby. She began to ride the thousands of flying swords back to the imperial palace. Then she found that several swords were obstructing her sword heart, as if they were taking a detour. She rode the swords and hovered in the air. She raised her head. If there was a powerful Qi cultivator grandmaster like Tantai Pingjing watching from the side, she would be able to see a giant white dragon occupying the capital spitting out a dragon pearl. And that dragon pearl was about to shatter. Chapter 1736. When Hsu Fengnian was dozing off on the beam in the hall, the tall woman in white should have attracted a lot of attention in the downtown area of the capital. But in fact, no one looked at her directly except for a few sideways glances. She was at a loss. If the Qi cultivators of the North sect were dependent on the Liang dynasty, they were a group of very different ministers who supported the dragon, then the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea were much purer. They walked quietly between heaven and earth like real immortals. As the suzerain of the Guanyin sect, Tantai Pingjing, a woman in her 30s, was already 100 years old. Otherwise, the ancestor of the sword-eating sect, Sui Xie Ji, would not have been obsessed with her for half his life. Tantai Pingjing was certainly out of the world. She moved her sect to the north from the South Sea to Beiliang. The reason was that the Great War of Liang Mang was imminent and they needed the qi cultivators to bridge the river for the countless wandering souls in the world. It was also equivalent to accumulating merits for their own cultivation. Although Hsu Fengnian had some doubts at that time, in the territory of Beiliang, no matter Tantai Pingjing's personal cultivation or the strength of the entire Guanyin sect, they could not cause too much trouble. He just let it be. The Beiliang sect opened the door to this group of immortals in white. But Hsu Fengnian did not really ignore it. One should know that on the immortal noisy land map that sold Charcoal Girl, the person who ranked first was Xie Guanying, and Hsu Fengnian followed closely behind. Presently, Xie Guanying was already a stray dog, and was still being pursued endlessly by Deng Taya. Then, in Xu Fengnian's eyes, amongst the opponents that he truly had to fear in the world, Tantai Pingjing was already the fully deserving number one person in his heart. Before last night's reunion on the city wall of West Chu, Hsu Fengnian had always thought that even if Tantai Pingjing wanted to do justice for heaven, she should do it after Cao Changqing's death. But he did not expect that even if Cao Changqing was still alive, she could already absorb the remaining fate of West Chu. Today, after Jiang Genai decided to leave Guangling's sect, she simply absorbed the fate of Da Chu's Jiang family like a whale. Xu Fengnian took a step out and left the vicinity of the imperial palace. Then, he took another step and arrived at a seemingly ordinary downtown area. There were all sorts of shops and stalls along the streets. The common people in the marketplace were weaving together, and there were all sorts of people. Yellow dogs were lying on the ground and dozing off, while birds were circling the eaves of the buildings. It was a scene of peace and prosperity. The sun was high in the sky. Hsu Fengnian stood on one side of the street. The woman in white stood on the other side. Even with Hsu Fengnian's terrifying eyesight, he could not see her face clearly. It was blurry. He could only see her standing alone in the downtown area. Hsu Fengnian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he took a step forward. In an instant, there was silence. But in an instant, there was noise again. Two old men in plain clothes brushed past Hsu Fengnian on the left and right. They seemed to be whispering, "Taibai's talent is too high. He showed off his talent too much. He lost his peaceful heart. What a pity. Old Du, you entered Shu after the fall of your country. You no longer have the talent, only the air of an old fool. Don't belittle me." Hsu Fengnian was shocked. He did not turn to look at the two old men. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw several vendors on the left. Some were selling jades, some were selling paintings, and some were selling hairpins. Someone held up a jade stone that looked like a seal. "I have 3 seals. They are respectively engraved in Xiaozhuan, Heaven's Mandate Jiang, covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods, and upholding 10,000 directions. Who wants it? I'm only selling it for 5, 2, 3 coins today." Soon, a peer laughed and scolded loudly, "Who are you trying to fool? It's already worthless 20 years ago. It's already expensive for 3 coins. Someone spread out his hands in front of his chest. Between his hands, it was faintly discernible. It was as if a picture scroll was spread out. It was as if there were mountains standing tall and rivers flowing. This Da Feng's landscape painting only costs 2 coins. Another brush holder waved his hand and looked at Hsu Fengnian with a smile. He said lazily, "As long as it costs 1 coin, I, Wu Gusu, will give you 500 characters." In Hsu Fengnian's line of sight, the simple and old-fashioned brush in the hands of the brush holder was surrounded by 2 iron trees. Soon, another brush holder smiled and said, "1 coin for 500 characters is a fair price. However, does this guest want to take a look at the brush in the hands of Han Song's Han? 1 coin for 5 is enough to write 20 years of brilliant literary talent. I remember that in the early years, a child of the Jiang clan once bought a brush from me. Wu Gusu, Northern Han's master of calligraphy. Han Song's Han, a world-renowned literary hero of the Southern Tang dynasty." Hsu Fengnian did not reply and continued walking. 2 people were sitting on small benches by the side of the road, playing chess. There was no chessboard or chess piece. However, in front of the 2, there was the faint sound of clanging hooves and flowing water. One of them angrily said, "Li Sanhuang, You are so absent-minded. How can you negotiate with me? Do you really not want that paradise? Forget it, forget it. It's so boring. I won't take advantage of you when you are down. I'll first seal the market for 100 years. The person across from him sighed, his face full of pain. He turned his head to look at Hsu Fengnian, his expression complicated. Hsu Fengnian remained indifferent. Da Chu's state preceptor, Li Mi, the third emperor of calligraphy. Someone walked over, carrying a 3-kai-long sword qi. It was sword qi, not a sword. He shot a glance at Hsu Fengnian, who did not stop walking. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly gave in. He chattered endlessly, "Why isn't that brat Li Chungang coming? Otherwise, I would definitely experience his 2-sleeved green snake. Tempage, is slaying a flood dragon worth bragging about? What's so strange about that? When this old man was alive, there were as many flood dragons as there were hairs on an ox. Only, I don't know what kind of situation NG Tai was in that night. If it weren't for the fact that touching a stranger would bring bad luck, why would this old man give way? Unlucky, truly unlucky. Who was it last time? What was Lu Lai again? This person is truly exceptional. Admirable, admirable." Hsu Fengnian walked forward step by step. His expression was as usual. On this street, no one was pretending to be mysterious. This was the truly terrifying part. If a person who loved dragons saw a true dragon circling the beam amidst the lightning, if a daoist who subdued demons and demons really saw demons and monsters pouncing over ferociously, what should they do? As Hsu Fengnian walked forward slowly, there were voices of abuse. The Great Qin is ruthless and cruel. How can it occupy such a high position? However, as soon as these words were spoken, someone quickly stopped them in a low voice. "Senior Immortal, please be careful with your words. In the mortal world, there are gods 3 kai above everyone's head. What's so different about us? In a short 200 years, the literary vein has been severely damaged. 300 years later, the Central Plains will face an unprecedented catastrophe. The Zhao and Shu families are the main culprit. Fortunately, this place is not one of those places. Otherwise, you would have been destroyed long ago. How could this child dare to betray the heavenly Tao and join hands with the Wudang Daoist to sever the connection between heaven and earth? Mount Longhu should rise, Mount Wudang should fall. When that daring Lu Dongxian turned around and walked into the mortal world, Mount Wudang should have been extinguished. Amidst the curses of the crowd, the oriole chirped like a phoenix and the dog roared like a python. Hsu Fengnian held his breath and tried his best not to let his chaotic qi dissipate. Therefore, every step he took was extremely difficult and painful. He was like a weak child walking alone in a canyon. Gusts of strong wind blew past. Hsu Fengnian's lips curled into a cold smile. "You want to use this to reduce the fate of Beiliang? The so-called tails and tails should be the copper and silver tails unique to the immortals in the heavens. It's probably similar to the fortune-telling of people in the mortal world. If I can't resist the temptation and choose to stop and buy today, the Shu family and Beiliang will definitely be poor." When Hsu Fengnian reached the middle of the street, 2 people finally showed him a kind smile. A monk and a monk sat cross-legged facing each other across the street. Unlike the peddlers and pedestrians, both of them sat on the steps as if they were sitting on lotus platforms. Although they were not acquaintances of Hsu Fengnian, they both smiled and nodded at him. One of them was compassionate, the other natural. Hsu Fengnian also nodded and returned the greeting. An angry shout was heard. It was directed at the old monk. "Old bald donkey, how dare you destroy the fate of the Central Plains? How dare you come to the east?" The old monk smiled but didn't say anything and disappeared. 3 people who looked like soldiers in armor were patrolling the street. When they saw Hsu Fengnian, they hesitated for a moment, but still respectfully made way for him. At the end of the street, Tan Tai Ping still stood in the same place. Hsu Fengnian finally noticed the struggling and painful expression on her face. Her eyes slowly turned silver and became colder and more ruthless. A dazzling light bloomed in her heart like a bright moon hanging in the sea. Hsu Fengnian frowned. She saw through the body of the possessor and understood the state of the carefree. A round of the heart moon shone brightly. This was one of the signs of Taoism recorded in the rare ancient books of Taoism. He remembered that Miss He had told him that Huang Sanjia had said before his death that since the beginning of the world, Buddhism had taken advantage of the ascension in the past 1,000 years. When a scholar proposed the idea of upholding justice and extinguishing human desires in the future, it would be much easier for Confucianism to become a saint. It was like having a shortcut to the end of the world. It was just like the Buddhists becoming Buddha on the spot. They could reach the sky in one step, but the price was the imperceptible influence of the people's hearts. It was a stupid thing to lose a watermelon after picking up a sesame seed. It was the great sorrow of the sun has set in the west, and the moon does not rise in the sea. Hsu Fengnian angrily scolded, "Tan Tai Ping Ping, after seeing such a ridiculous scene, why don't you wake up? How is this world different from our world? Why are people like Jiao Shulu, Liu Songtao, and Li Chungang unwilling to ascend after Lu Dongxian?" As soon as Xu Fengnian's words were spoken, it was very strange. The previously clamorous street that was filled with curses was suddenly deathly silent. Afterwards, there were only a few scattered words of reprimand, such as audacious mortal and treacherous. Chapter 1737. Hsu Fengnian looked around and sneered, "What do you mean by banished immortals? What do you mean by fate? In the end, when I come back to you, isn't it all about seniority? If you go to the mortal world, I guess there are two situations. If you are unlucky, you will be banished to a remote place in the mortal world, right? Then if you are lucky, you will be sent to the battlefield to fish for military exploits. Is the so-called immortals fishing for the fate of the mortal world different from the merchants in the mortal world who do business and accumulate copper coins? Of course, I guess immortals are still free and unfettered. They have a fairyland as their mansion and live forever to watch the liveliness of the mortal world. If they become a real superior in the immortal world, most of them will get it done once and for all. But I am very curious. Will those who have made great contributions to the Tao of Heaven in the mortal world also have unrewarded achievements here? Could it be that there were also official promotions and demotions in this place? Will there be immortals who pretend to be powerful? For a moment, no one answered. Hsu Fengnian's body began to shake, like a rootless duckweed in the strong wind in the sky. A voice that was neither light nor heavy but extremely majestic sounded. The voice was more like a woman's voice from the south. Hsu Fengnian turned his head and saw her sitting on the roof. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe, solemn and glorious. On her shoulder stood a red sparrow, and in its mouth was a snow-white little, flood dragon. With her appearance, the whole street shook violently. The shaking became more and more intense and showed no signs of stopping. The movement came from a tall building. But Hsu Fengnian couldn't see the scene of the building at all, even if the window was open and he knew that someone was there. After the violent shaking that seemed to turn the world upside down, it instantly calmed down and stabilized. A middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe stood beside Tan Tai Pingjing. Behind him, there was a magnificent scene of the rising sun. Hsu Fengnian walked all the way. The appearance and clothes of the people in his eyes were extremely ordinary. Only this person and the woman were different from ordinary people. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe should be the culprit who had dragged Hsu Fengnian into this heavenly earth. However, he looked at Hsu Fengnian and said with a smile, "There are indeed many unbearable things in the heavens that you speak of. However, the myriad of sceneries in the heavens is definitely not something that a mortal body like yours can use to know the autumn of the world with a single leaf. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is not as unscrupulous as you think. When you return..." Hsu Fengnian wanted to open his mouth and curse, but he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. However, a shout suddenly rang out from the north, revealing Hsu Fengnian's thoughts. "Shut up." The middle-aged man dismissed it with a smile, seemingly helpless. The woman on the roof pursed her lips and smiled. She teased, "You northerner, the kid on the street doesn't even want to acknowledge his ancestors, and you're still speaking up for him? He was really protective of his children. Xu Xiao's matter, you've already angered the public. That deep voice could be heard clearly from tens of thousands of miles away as it mocked, "Bitch, go and give birth to your baby. You've been pregnant since I was in the Great Qin Empire, and you still haven't given birth. Aren't you ashamed?" After hearing this sentence, Hsu Fengnian felt very satisfied. It was indeed my true body. She stood up and said angrily, "You northerner, do you really think the heavenly Tao won't collapse because of the collapse of etiquette and music in the human world? Even the mortals in the human world know the simple truth that a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest." The voice sounded again, extremely domineering, "Then let's destroy it. When the time comes, I'll mend the sky by myself. I'm an indomitable man, and a bitch like you can just watch the show. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you." In her anger, she was about to break the rules from the south to the north. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe sighed. Obviously, he was used to the confrontation between the two great gods. Dong dong dong. The sound was like the beating of drums on a battlefield, approaching from the north to the south. As a result, the woman on the roof suddenly calmed down. The middle-aged man with a genial expression narrowed his eyes and a trace of anger appeared on his face. The tall building that had caused the commotion earlier shook again. Then, the uninvited guest sneered, "Which bastard said that Great Qin is tyrannical? Do you really think that you can't be dealt with just because you're hiding in the east?" Someone on the street suddenly burst with golden light, and then there were signs of the golden light exploding. He fell to his knees with a plop, and the ceiling was peeled off. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe waved his sleeve, and the person on the street disappeared. He then raised his head and said angrily, "Great Emperor Zhenwu." His thunderous voice sounded from the tall building. "You're not convinced? Why don't we take off our skins and find a quiet place to fight? If you're not confident, then call that bitch along. In any case, the two of you have been flirting with each other for almost 1,000 years. I even suspect that the thing in her stomach." At this moment, someone interrupted this guy's nonsense. "That's enough. 300 years later, the Central Plains will be in turmoil, and 9 out of 10 houses will be empty. She's doing it according to reason. It's one thing that you can't bear to see the world fall apart, but it has always been a part of the heavenly Tao." The original person snorted coldly. "It's not that I can't bear to see the rise and fall of dynasties. It's that guy on the street who can't wait to use his human incarnation to obtain the status of an emperor that will last for thousands of years. He wants to treat the world as his own land and take all the harvests for himself. This way, he can accumulate luck and seek a higher position. Moreover, he wants to use that kid and that little daoist from Wudong Mountain to close the heavenly gate, but this person doesn't want to be stained with the heavenly Tao's karma. Xie Guanying is just a smokescreen. He's actually that guy called Chen Zhibao. There's no such thing in the world, and there's no such thing in heaven. He wants to scheme against me. How can I not beat him until he's looking for his teeth on the ground?" Hsu Fengnian heard himself speak intermittently. He couldn't hear clearly, but he understood the general meaning. And the person next to himself was Wang Xianji. At this moment, a woman and a young man who looked like mother and son appeared on the street. The young man smiled brightly, clasped his hands, and bowed. Behind the mother and son stood an old man who looked like a servant. He smiled but didn't say anything. Hsu Fengnian smiled. He didn't recognize the woman, but the old man was Han Shengxian. The young man was the illegitimate son of the late Emperor Li Yang, Zhao Kai. The knot in the human heart can be untied in heaven. At that moment, Hsu Fengnian's eyes suddenly turned red. He began to turn his head and search. A voice sounded in his mind. "Don't look. You won't be able to find them. Except for your elder sister Shu Jihu, your parents will become the last group of banished immortals in heaven in the future, falling on the human world like rain. At that time, you can open your eyes wide and look at the magnificent scene of thousands of banished immortals falling on the human world together. It's a great spectacle. As for whether you can see your parents among them, it'll depend on your luck. Don't worry. With my plan, the two of them will be married in every life. Even if they can't be born in the same year, month, and day in every life, it won't be too far off. As for whether they'll share riches or hardships together, I don't care, nor can I. This Tantai Pingjing is a human chess piece of that dragon-robed man on the street, specifically used to deal with you. But since I was able to come here, it's a different matter. Although she's fine today, you still have to be careful in the future. That Shu Xiao, when he came to my place, the first thing he did when he saw me was call me son. Mother asterisk Ke. Hsu Fengnian, who wanted to hold his belly in laughter, pretended not to hear the profanities that followed. The entire street was in an uproar. Even Wang Xianji in the tall building let out a cry of surprise. A blurry figure vaguely appeared at the window. Hsu Fengnian's heart trembled. In the next moment, he couldn't help himself. His eyes were suffused with an extremely pure golden color. Great Emperor Zhenwu. But Hsu Fengnian's mind was still very clear. When he turned around, he saw the tip of a sword piercing through the heaven and earth bit by bit. From high above, a voice leisurely sounded. It sounded like a dragon's roar, a wooden fish, and a jade chime at the same time. It seemed to have made a conclusion about the heaven and earth. The dragon-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He exchanged glances with the woman on the roof, and then they both looked at the place where Wang Xianji stood. Finally, the three people disappeared at the same time. And Tantai Pingjing also disappeared. Great Emperor Zhenwu, or rather the Emperor of the Great Qin, looked at the young woman who seemed to have tripped over the threshold and stumbled into the house with a sword in her hand. His eyes were filled with grief. When he was alive, he called himself the Emperor of the Great Qin. After his death, he was honored as Great Emperor Zhenwu of the Heavens. Not only did he oversee the Northern Celestial Court, but he also controlled half of the soldiers. He only felt guilty towards that gentle and timid woman. Although he couldn't say whether he had let it go or not, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Using Hsu Fengnian's mouth, he said to the young woman who hurriedly ran over, "I'm sorry." Jiangni, the little mudman, replied to him with a cute and naive face, "Are you crazy?" The golden light in his eyes suddenly dissipated. Hsu Fengnian was stunned, and then he burst into laughter on the street. She was furious. He stretched out his hands and pulled her cheeks fiercely. "You're still the best." She, who had gone through thousands of hardships to break the dragon pearl and enter this place, was about to get angry. His body swayed and was about to fall. On the battlefield near the Melon Island, the great snow dragon cavalry had absorbed more than 500 West Chu scholars and began to return north. A sword light chilled 30 provinces under the sky. A young woman carrying a red sandalwood sword box supported the young lord and jumped down from the great Liang dragon sparrow together, standing on the side of the cavalry. The cavalry stopped abruptly. When the long sword returned to its sheath, a certain old soldier of the Shu family who had experienced the war of the spring and autumn period suddenly woke up after seeing this scene. He quickly turned over and dismounted, roaring loudly, "Great snow dragon cavalry! Greetings to the consort of the king of Beiliang." The few voices that greeted His Majesty the Emperor were completely drowned out by the loud voices that greeted the king of Beiliang's consort. Jiangni was so scared that she directly hid behind Hsu Fengnian. But perhaps even Hsu Fengnian himself didn't expect that the timid little mudman behind him would soon beat the drums on the city wall of North Jebei City, and personally send off the Beiliang cavalry. Chapter 1738. South of Liang, Jufeng Town was a hub of the longitudinal canal. It was originally a remote village that no one cared about, but in a short 20 years, it became a bustling town. It had everything that one could wish for, and did not lose out to the famous towns of Jiangnan. A green-robed Confucian scholar entered Jufeng Town with a small bag on his back. He did not stand out in the crowded town. Now, there was a saying in Jufeng Town, the people returning to the north were cowards, the people going south were the nobles. Because recently, the sound of horse hooves could be heard near Jufeng Town. There were large groups of cavalry going south to reinforce Guangling Road. It was said that the situation was about to be settled. The important people in the imperial court, especially the important people in the military, were all trying their best to send their children and grandchildren into the army going south. The most exaggerated thing was that a certain old general, who was one of the stabilizing forces of the Tu Liaodong border, had just let his grandson get a position as a military officer. Very quickly, he chased his grandson out of the border army and threw him to the battlefield of Guangling Road. It was said that in a flash, he became the military advisor of the general of the southern expedition, Lu Shengxiang. Naturally, his future was bright. This Confucian scholar did not find an inn to rest at, but went straight to the famous book market of Jufeng Town. On both sides of a 300 paces long street, there were large and small bookstores. Even though Jufeng Town's history was not more than 20 years, but many of the bookstores dared to advertise themselves as century-old shops. It was just that most of the people who bought books laughed it off and did not care about it. The Confucian scholar did not choose those bookstores with golden signboards, but entered a small and dark bookstore at the back of the street. Even though it was small, it had all the essentials. The father and son of this bookstore engraved books, sold books, and edited books. They did not have any rare books to sell, and they definitely did not find any famous books that could not be engraved by the imperial court. But the value was in their careful selection. Occasionally, there would be a few West Chu Southern Edict Edition or Northern Edict Edition. Whether it was good enough or not depended on personal preference. Seeing this Confucian scholar cross the threshold, the middle-aged shopkeeper, who was entertaining a group of young customers, smiled and hurriedly put down his business to welcome him. The Confucian scholar in front of him was a regular customer of his shop. He didn't come often, and he didn't buy many books, but for more than 10 years, he would visit almost every 2 years. Most importantly, he had a good chat with his father, so much so that his father, who rarely drank, would always make an exception and insist on pulling the Confucian scholar to sit down and have a drink with him. It was said to be a drink, but as they drank, they could drink at least 2 catties of wine. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, "Where is Brother Chu?" Last time, he said that he could not find the face-painted version of the insect under the light. "I brought it for him." The middle-aged shopkeeper calmly said, "Mr. Cao, my father passed away last year." The Confucian scholar was stunned for a moment. He was a bit sad, but he still took out the book from his bag. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "He left. When my father passed away, he was 70 years old. Before he passed away, he often smiled and said that it was rare to live 70 years old. Mr. Cao, my father was not sick or injured. He passed away after a good night's sleep. As his sons, there is no need for us to worry too much. However, before my father passed away, he often said that if he could have a drink with Mr. before he died, his life would be complete." The Confucian scholar with the surname Cao said apologetically, "I originally had the opportunity to come here last year, but I left in a hurry and felt that it was inconvenient. If I had known, I would have come no matter what. Take this book. When you go back to Brother Chu's grave and offer him a toast, just burn it." The middle-aged shopkeeper smiled and joked, "Mr. Cao, then I won't give you any money." The Confucian scholar quickly smiled and waved his hand. After drinking so much wine for so many years, how could he have the nerve to ask for money? "Right, if I remember correctly, your family's fisherman and woodcutter should be coming of age, right?" The middle-aged man seemed to get angry whenever he talked about that bastard. He helplessly said, "Don't mention that bastard. Mr. Cao, you don't know that our family can't be considered a family of poets or scholars, but for better or for worse, we are people who interact with sages every day. Who would have thought that the older that kid grew, the more he refused to listen to advice? With his skinny bamboo body, he insisted on joining the army. Not long ago, he followed a few of his good friends in town to the county capital, saying that there was a back door that could be opened. If they were lucky, they could directly go to the south to fight. In the end, he came back sullenly. When I asked, he didn't say anything. Every day, when the rooster crowed, he would get up and run to the side of the canal. Mr. Cao, that kid is old. As his father, my words have no effect. However, he has listened to you since he was young. If Mr. isn't in a hurry to leave, I'll go look for him. Mr., you must help me talk to him. If you can get him to come back to his senses, I'll give Mr. a set of West Chu's Chongwen Guan's winter snow collection. That's a good thing that even my father couldn't bear to take away. He told me to keep it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation." Without waiting for the Confucian scholar with the surname Cao to say anything, The middle-aged shopkeeper didn't even care about his business and ran out into the street to look for his son, who was getting more and more worrisome as he grew older. Chapter 1739. The 5 or 6 young male and female customers in the store began to chat in boredom. Currently, the topic of discussion was naturally focused on the one-sided Battle of Guangling. They all believed that it was time to close the coffin and close the coffin. These rich kids with Beijing accents were indeed people who lived at the foot of the emperor's feet. Although their voices weren't loud, the people around them could hear them clearly. After commenting on the military achievements and abilities of the various generals of the imperial court, they also reprimanded the civil and military officials of West Chu. Soon, the topic reached the true backbone of West Chu's restoration, Cao Changqing. In the end, both sides had opposing opinions. One side said that Cao Changqing was only outstanding in martial arts and Go, but his ability to turn the country into a Go board was not enough. The other side retorted that Cao Changqing was a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. He lost because West Chu did not have the right time, place, and people, and definitely not because that official was weak in Go. The dispute continued, but both sides were close friends and could not fight. Finally, the topic inexplicably shifted to the previous empress of West Chu. 2 young women spoke of her with pity. A young man dressed in embroidered robes sneered and said that she was nothing more than a femme fatale who could bring disaster to the country and its people. After West Chu was destroyed, it was rumored in the streets of the old capital that it was this woman who ruined the fate of Da Chu. Otherwise, with West Chu's original fate, it should have been able to survive for another 160 years. Soon, another young man laughed and said, "Why is the populace saying that 9 out of 10 sheep are incomplete? Isn't it because the Empress of West Chu was born in the year of the sheep?" Not far away, the green-clothed Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples was silent. A young man who was playing with a small bronze seal laughed softly and said, "Not to mention that Cao Changqing's reputation is unmatched, the king of Beiliang really made a big mistake. The imperial court has clearly relaxed the transportation of Guangling and actually led 10,000 cavalry south to Guangling under the banner of pacifying the rebellion. However, everyone knows that they are actually helping some remnants of West Chu to get out of trouble. However, Beiliang is domineering, but our imperial court can't do anything about it. After all, they control the northwest gate and claim to have 300,000 cavalry. My father has calculated with people in the Ministry of War and estimated that there should be around 120,000 to 30,000 cavalry. Sigh, we are really sullen. If it weren't for Beimang, the Beiliang Shu family would have already handed over their military power." The Confucian scholar put down a yellowed ancient book and said with a smile, "Why else would I say that the world is afraid of the word if?" In fact, the group of people had long noticed this scholar in green robes. Although he didn't look like an official, the Liang court was generally more polite to scholars. Moreover, most of the reclusive scholars in the world had such a high standard. These young people who had come because of their fame came from the capital's official families, so naturally, they wouldn't treat this person with hostility. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, "I've always been curious. Why did the young Northwest vassal king want to fight to the death at the border? Can you explain to me?" A young man with a crooked appearance said loudly, "Isn't Hsu Fengnian a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation? Since no one will die, why didn't Hsu Fengnian lead the Beiliang cavalry into battle? If he lost, he would just run away. If he won, his name would go down in history for all eternity. If it were me, I would also fight the Beimang, and beat the Beimang to death." The Confucian scholar asked again, "Then why didn't he join forces with the Beimang? 300,000 Beiliang frontier army and 1 million Beimang troops to go south to the Central Plains. Wouldn't that be a better chance than defeating the Beimang?" The young man was stunned for a moment, and then said righteously, "It must be because Shu didn't dare to ask a tiger for its skin. The Beimang barbarians are naturally bloodthirsty. In addition, they would definitely use the Beiliang cavalry as the vanguard. When they finally conquer the Central Plains, the Beiliang troops would be left with only a few tens of thousands. Wouldn't that old woman of Beimang burn the bridge after crossing the river?" In the end, not only did Shu not get any benefits, but he also got his head chopped off. Shu isn't a fool. Why would he do such a loss-making business? What do you think, sir? The Confucian scholar nodded and smiled. That makes sense. Then, as if he remembered something, the Confucian scholar waved his hand and said, I don't deserve to be called Mr., and I've never been an official in Liang. My surname is Cow. You can call me Old Cow. The handsome young man playing with the bronze seal asked tentatively, judging from your accent, Mr. Cow. Oh, no, Old Cow, are you from Guangling Taoism? The Confucian scholar nodded and said self-deprecatingly, that's why I haven't been an official. Everyone was relieved. Naturally, they felt that this person couldn't be a high-ranking official in Liang Imperial Court because of his background as a Guangling Taoist. Probably because he had some knowledge and integrity, but he didn't want to be a low-ranking official in Liang Imperial Court. Thus, he chose to be a poor scholar who traveled all over the world. The travel-worn Confucian scholar suddenly looked towards the south. Then, as though he had the intention to leave, he turned to the group of young men and women and said gently, originally, I also have an if to say to all of you, but there's something I need to do first. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the owner of this shop. Please help me pass the message. A woman said sweetly to persuade him to stay, it won't be too late to leave after you say the if. The Confucian scholar, whose hair was already white but had a unique style, shook his head and said, there is something that really can't be delayed. After he finished speaking, the Confucian scholar walked out of the bookstore and walked along the small street towards the outside of town. On his way north, he deliberately concealed his presence, so he didn't walk very fast. This was because he wanted to see some old friends like the bookstore owner of Jufeng Town. He was afraid that they would be implicated after he died. The world was afraid of what if, and the world was afraid of what if. So his if was destined that no one in this world would know. If, during his official period, West Chu would be revived, he would personally lead the army north, and Jiyu Gentang's Liang and Liang border armies would go south to Greaton City. Wang Sui would resist the Beimang and take the chance to go south, and HSU Fengnian's 300,000 Beiliang cavalry would choose not to move because of a certain woman surnamed Jiang. Also, with Chen Zhibao leading the Shu army in Guangling Road, they only needed to tie down Wu Zhongshuan and Xu Gong's armies. They didn't even need to stop the Yang King Zhao Bing's Nanjiang army from coming to Greaton City because they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Then would the world still be surnamed Zhao? He didn't think so. He, Cao Changqing, didn't think so. After this man slowly walked out of Jufeng Town, he took off his bag and took out 2 chess boxes. Allow me, Cao Changqing, to play one last game for you. Chapter 1740. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry went back the same way they came. First, Yuan Zuozong led his troops to the south. The Qingju army, which had less than 1,000 cavalry, was defeated like a landslide. The cavalry was almost wiped out. The Qingju army, which had no city to rely on, was driven 40 miles away. No matter how brave and skillful the Qingju army was, he could not stop the decline of the infantry army. On the other hand, the northern Liang Lieutenant Niu Qianzhu led 2,000 cavalry to intercept 20,000 Shu soldiers, but he did not succeed. This was because the Shu army's main general, Che Yi, unexpectedly chose to avoid the vanguard and led his army to take a detour to the north. His army's route directly drew a large arc. Niu Qianzhu's 2,000 cavalry under his command approached the Shu army several times. Amidst the flying dust, the Shu army was ready for battle, completely ignoring the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry's provocation. Not only that, this lone Western Shu elite army that had penetrated deep into the Central Plains, in order to show weakness, they withdrew all their mounted scouts and were actually willing to be blind. Niu Qianzhu also did not dare to start a battle without permission and delay the military's plan. However, he was really sullen. Before he joined the Beiliang cavalry in the south, he led 20 retainers to the side of the Shu army. He stopped his horse and raised his spear. The Shu army still did not move. They just buried their heads in the east. In the end, Niu Qianzhu spat, turned his horse around and led the army back to the south. As the 4 armies collapsed and were afraid to fight, the defense line built by Li Yang's assistant minister Xu Gong was full of holes. In addition, Jiju's general, Yuan Tingshan, was not willing to send out troops alone to stop them. He could only watch the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry easily break into Guangling Road. This made the Southern Expedition General Wu Zhongshuan furious. Accompanied by his trusted aide Tang He personally rushed to Chaisang County to denounce Xu Gong. The Minister of War and the Left Assistant Minister of War met in this way for the first time and parted on bad terms. After that, Wu Zhongshuan and Yuan Tingshan led over 10,000 northern Ji cavalrymen to the front line, while Xu Gong merged with 20,000 western Shu soldiers and gathered the defeated soldiers from Qing province. Together, they slowly made their way to the front line of Guangling. After this, the Great Snow Dragon cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. According to the established strategy, at the front lines of Melon Island where the two armies intersected, they successfully received more than 500 West Chu scholars dressed in light armor. In order to secretly escort this group of weak scholars out of the border, the West Chu army crazily counterattacked in Melon Island, Old Du Mountain, and other battlefields. In a short day, nearly 10,000 people died in battle, and 500 young carps almost died of thirst. Only then did they finally jump into the pond of the Great Snow Dragon cavalry and were able to take a breather. The Beiliang cavalry, including Xu Yanbing, still had a fresh memory of the 500 West Chu people. After being escorted by the main force of the Great Snow Dragon cavalry, they did not have much joy of surviving a disaster. Instead, they all looked dejected and pained. The 500 people neatly dismounted from their horses and knelt to bid farewell to the east, crying silently. That scene was like a homeless dog that had no home to return to, lying under the roof of someone else's house and sobbing in pain. After Yuan Zhuozong took over the name list with sloppy handwriting, he had mixed feelings. This time, Beiliang had surrendered 496 people, and there were 416 young West Chu scholars. Excluding the 70 or so ladies from Guangling Daoist families, there were only a dozen West Chu generals. The name list in Yuan Zhuozong's hand was not recorded at the beginning. There were only a few lines of small characters written by someone. It was a shocking sight. Da Chu has 500 people. Can't talk about reviving the country. The surname Chu stays in Beiliang and can't leave the northwest. The will of Cao Chongqing, the sinner of Chu. The east wind thawed and turned into rain. They were just waiting for the sound of the spring thunder. At this time, it was raining continuously. The advance of the Great Snow Dragon cavalry was more or less hindered. The horse hooves were covered in mud, which made the Beiliang cavalry, who were used to the sun and sand of the desert, very uncomfortable. Hsu Fengnian, Xu Yanbing, and Yuan Zhuozong rode side by side. Yuan Zhuozong turned his head and glanced at the West Chu fugitives in the middle of the cavalry. He said softly, "For Beiliang, this is a good thing in the long run, but it is a mess now. When these scholars go to the northwest, they can only stay behind the scenes for now. I'm afraid that these young and impetuous people will complain too much and end up taking their anger out on Beiliang. When there is a dispute, we can't beat or scold them. Otherwise, we can only hand them over to Lingju College, which is far away from the war at the border. Let them pass the time with books." Previously, most of them were not even willing to change to Beiliang light armor, let alone the cold blade and light crossbow. Niu Qianzhu and the others were so angry that they almost pulled out their blades to fight with them. Hsu Fengnian comforted him, "If the scholars don't have any strength of character, then the Central Plains is sad. I'm not afraid of their arrogance or pride, I'm just afraid that they will become depressed. The scholars can't rebel for 3 years. There are only 500 people from West Chu. Moreover, they are in Beiliang. Not to mention the border army, I reckon that any Liangju girl who is familiar with archery and horse riding can beat 2 or 3 of them. There is nothing to worry about. We also do not have extravagant hopes that they will quickly turn around. Also, I believe in Cao Chongqing's eyes. Many of them should be people with broad horizons. When they truly experience the scenery of the northwest, and with Yozhou's Yu Luandao and Liuzhou's Ku Jianghuai in front of them, they will naturally put aside their grudges. In the end, the old people of West Chu may hate the Shu family more than they hate Beiliang, but they are not the same. Most of them are in their 20s, and hate Beiliang more than Beiliang. I'm worried about these people." At this point, Hsu Fengnian smiled self-deprecatingly and did not continue, as though it was a taboo for the honored one. Yuan Zhuozong smiled and said, "What, are you afraid that there will be 500 Zhao Changelings next to you? What day will you not be able to control yourself and really rebel against Beiliang? Hsu Fengnian said in exasperation, the second battle of Liang Mang is near. Beiliang has not even solved the urgent situation, how can we have the extra thoughts? Xu Yanbing teased, if it really is as the prince said before, that the world situation is advancing according to Cao Zhongqing's original plans, then our northern Liang would be the most comfortable side. As long as we join hands with Wang Sui to hold back northern Mang's southward advance, then everything will be over. Then, we can sit in the northwest and watch the storm in the central plains. Wang Yi, I find it strange. This Cao Changqing is willing to send West Chu students to Beiliang. He clearly has a deep relationship with Wang Yi. Why did he go back on his word at the last moment? He caused West Chu's efforts to recover to nothing, and even Beiliang does not have a chance to get chestnuts out of the fire. Xu Fengnian touched the northern cold saber on his waist and sighed with emotion. My master once said that there are only 4 deaths for a scholar: death in the countryside, death in the province, death in the country, death in the world. That Cao Changqing originally wanted to die for one person and one country, but he changed his mind in the end. Of the martial grandmasters I have interacted with, the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyan, died for his brother. When he came out of the martial world, he had no regrets in life or death. Beimang's Tuoba Bodhisattva lives the most ambitious. He wants to be the best in the world, and the best in the world. Ng Tai lives the most carefree. Whether the world is peaceful or chaotic, whether you are an emperor or a general, I, Ng Tai, am too lazy to pay attention to you. Only Cao Changqing lives the most tiring life. He never thinks of himself as a man of Jianghu and has never walked out of Da Chu's temple. Xu Yanbing looked at the mud on the road and sighed, Cao Guanzi is so sloppy. Hsu Fengnian was surprised, Uncle Xu, you sound like a scholar. Yuan Zuozong smiled knowingly. Xu Yanbing's mouth twitched. He turned his head and said with a smile, Wang Yi, most of the young girls in West Chu are unmarried. Every time they see you, Wang Yi, their eyes are not reserved. How do you describe it? Yuan Zuozong undermined both sides, stop talking when you want to. Hsu Fengnian said helplessly, that's not kind. Chapter 1741. Yuan Zuozong joked, the real mess is a fire in the backyard if you're not careful. If I remember correctly, Second Commandery Princess has never been kind to the Emperor of West Chu. Moreover, your 2 fathers-in-law are not easy to deal with. Do you know about the Princess of Beiliang? Hsu Fengnian was silent. He touched his forehead and kept silent for a moment. Finally, he said, I have never hesitated on this matter. Xu Yanbing nodded, that's right. Yuan Zuozong suddenly said, Xie Shibian is also in the army. If we can get his help, our Beiliang frontier army will be like a tiger with wings. No matter if we put him in Liangju or Liuju, he can be an army of tens of thousands. Hsu Fengnian smiled, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. There can't be 2 bodhisattvas in one temple. In case Ku Jianghuai feels that I don't trust him, even if Xie Shibian wants to join the army, I won't put him in Liuju. Moreover, Xie Shibian is not familiar with the affairs of the army. Why don't we put him in Liuju first? Yuan Zuozong shook his head, I, Yuan Zuozong, will use Xie Shibian alone. It's better to use Xie Shibian in Liangju. He and Ku Jianghuai are the top military geniuses in West Chu. After a series of battles in Guangling, they can be independent. Both of them had their own ideas when it came to using troops. It seemed that they were both abandoning the main course for the strange, but in fact, they were very different. When Ku Jianghuai used troops, he was good at abandoning the city and often found a way to survive. Relying on his erratic deployment of troops, he was able to win a battle where the overall military strength was inferior, slowly nibbling away at the enemy and suddenly gaining momentum. Back then, on the Eastern Front battlefield of Guangling Road, he had caused Zhao Yi's army to lose inexplicably. They always felt that Ku Jianghuai's army was pressuring the border in every battle. Although Xie Shibian's use of troops was unexpected and extremely dangerous, in fact, Xie Shibian was more inclined to be open and aboveboard, striving to make the final decision. Therefore, they needed Ku Jianghuai's gentleness in the Liuju battlefield, and Xie Shibian's strength in the Liangju battlefield. Right now outside the Liangju Pass, after the left and right cavalry were transferred, their vitality has been damaged. Why don't we give Xie Bian to He Zhonghu or Zhu Kang? It can also be considered a compensation. As for the official position, first, it will depend on Wang Ye's boldness, second, it will depend on Xie Bian's confidence. Hsu Fengnian asked in a low voice, "Did Brother Yuan help to lay the groundwork?" Yuan Zuozong squinted his eyes and smiled, "Your Highness is more skilled than me in buying people's hearts." Xu Fengnian remembered Xie Bian's sorrowful face in the team and muttered angrily, "Isn't it because you're afraid that you'll be snubbed?" Although he was nagging, Hsu Fengnian still turned his horse around and rode in the opposite direction of the army. After the young vassal left, Yuan Zuozong curiously asked, "How is Confucian Saint Cao Chongqing's cultivation after he turned to hegemonic path?" Xu Yanbing said in a deep voice, "Among the 4 martial arts experts in the world, Tuoba Bodhisattva already has a gap with 3 of them. If Wang Ye, Cao Chongqing, and NG Tai fight with each other, I'm afraid they won't be able to determine the winner, only life and death. However, if it's life and death, I guess the 3 of them will be in a cycle. Wang Ye will defeat NG Tai will defeat Cao Chongqing, and Cao Chongqing will defeat Wang Ye. Of course, if Tuoba Bodhisattva can find a suitable weapon, he can immediately step into the celestial being realm. As for the others, I only suspect that Jiyu Jiantang has a trump card that can't be underestimated. Well, there are 2 others who also have a chance. One is the one called White Fox Face by Wang Ye, and the other is the missing Guanyin sect's Tantai Pingjing." Yuan Zuozong smiled and asked, "What about you and Chen Zhibao?" Xu Yanbing said indifferently, "It's not worth mentioning." Yuan Zuozong, who knew Xu Yanbing's terrifying strength, frowned and asked, "Why is that?" Xu Yanbing smiled and said, "After fighting to the death, those who survive will be ordinary celestial being experts at most. What more do you need to say?" Yuan Zuozong was speechless. Among the mighty great snow dragon cavalry, the 500 riders of West Chu seemed out of place. It was not only the difference in physique between the north and the south, but also the difference in momentum. Hsu Fengnian dismounted and led the horse to the vicinity of the 500 people. Facing the northwest vassal king who was entangled with the fate of Da Chu, some looked unfriendly, some looked apathetic, and some looked hateful. As for those who looked curious and longing, they were a negligible minority. Hsu Fengnian came to the side of Jiang Genai, who was carrying a sword and wearing armor. She had been avoiding him recently. She was not even close to the officials of West Chu who continued to call her Her Majesty. Today, Jiang Genai and more than a dozen women of West Chu families were together. They followed the Beiliang cavalry all the way to the north. All the women looked after each other. Most of them thought that entering the Beiliang army was tantamount to entering the tiger's mouth. They were not without all kinds of worries, especially those who were used to seeing all kinds of banquets in Guangling since childhood. They were used to seeing romantic and talkative scholars. Suddenly seeing so many armored and silent Beiliang cavalry, as weak women, how could they not be worried about their future? Only when Her Majesty arrived on her sword and saw the young vassal king whose name shook the world with their own eyes did they relax slightly. They followed the army north for half a day and found that the valiant Beiliang cavalry did not make any trouble, especially when the king of Beiliang took extra care of the 500 people of Da Chu. They began to smile intermittently. Occasionally, when the army stopped by the river, they could not help but laugh and play. They also did a good job of washing the horses' noses, brushing their backs, and feeding them fine grain. Hsu Fengnian walked to the willow tree beside the official road. He did not walk directly into the shade of the tree. He was still 7 or 8 steps away from Jiang Genai and the young women of the wealthy families. Without waiting for Hsu Fengnian to speak, 4 or 5 young men with blades and swords at their waists quickly walked over. Their boots were covered in yellow mud. They were no longer as handsome as they were in the past. These young men did not speak. They only stared at Hsu Fengnian with dark expressions. Hsu Fengnian looked at Jiang Genai and said softly, "Cao Chongqing will arrive outside Great Peace City soon. Do you want to take one last look? I can accompany him." One of them pressed down on the sword that he was still unwilling to take off. With a face full of grief and anger, he said, "Hsu Fengnian, Are you going to stop the minister from entering the city? Are you going to be a guard dog for the Zhao family of Li Yang? Hsu Fengnian shook his head and said, I am not going to go that far. In the distance, a group of cavalry from the Phoenix Battalion glared at them. The madman Hong Shu Wen stood with his blade in his arms, his eyes fierce. Another person said angrily, I, Dhu Minister Ling, do not need you, Hsu Fengnian, to send him off. Hsu Fengnian said warmly, there are some things that you do not have the right to say. Jiang Genai finally lowered her head and said, chess waiting for the imperial decree. Uncle said that the farewell in the capital was a farewell. He did not allow me to go north. Hsu Fengnian said calmly, don't listen to him. Since you have already left Guangling Path, follow your heart. If you want to see Cao Changqing, then go see him. I will accompany you. She raised her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears. Can I? Hsu Fengnian's eyes were determined. He smiled slightly and said, with me here, there is nothing in the world that is impossible. Before the students of West Chu under the willow tree could stop them, the women who had heard those words blushed. Their eyes lit up and they all spoke up. All of them tried to persuade the emperor and the king of Beiliang to go north to Greaton City. Not far away, Xie Shibian was helpless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, they had not even reached Beiliang and there was already internal conflict. Jiang Genai took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Then she flew away on her sword. Seeing the young king's defeated face, almost all the women nearby covered their mouths and laughed. Hong Shu Wen and the Phoenix Battalion also had a hard time holding back their laughter. Hsu Fengnian turned his head and glared at Hong Shu Wen and the others. The latter quickly pretended that nothing had happened and looked as if they deserved a beating. Shu Fengnian rose from the ground, like a white rainbow rising from the ground. The people on the ground, whether it was the Beiliang cavalry or the West Chu refugees, were all dazzled. Chapter 1742. On the western battlefield of Guangling Road, the war was in full swing. With the addition of 10,000 elite cavalrymen from Jibei to Wu Zhongshuan, the imperial army had already gained the upper hand. Then, Xu Gong led the elite soldiers from the capital and 20,000 soldiers from Shu to the battlefield. Therefore, the imperial army was like a lion hunting a rabbit in West Chu. Wang Tongshan's old subordinates broke through the defense line at Laodu Mountain and broke the stalemate. The second battle of West Rampart was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Wu Zhongshuan, as the Minister of War, held a military meeting in a small place called Wutong Town. Other than Song Li, the main general of the eastern battlefield, who was separated by West Rampart, almost all the generals of the imperial army who participated in quelling the rebellion in Guangling Road were gathered in the town. For a moment, the number of scouts and cavalrymen outside Wutong Town was as many as carps in the river. In the twilight, a middle-aged man dressed in black and wearing a tall hat stood on top of the city wall and looked into the distance. Beside him was a tall young man in iron armor. The latter looked angry and said through gritted teeth, that old Wu is really cunning. He knows that he can't command the troops with his identity as the great general of the southern expedition, so he uses his title as the Minister of War to show off. If not, General, as the nominal commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, your title is half a level higher than the great general of the 4 expeditions and 4 towns. Although you are not a permanent general of the imperial army, it is wartime now. Old Wu shamelessly asked you to come to this godforsaken place. Old Wu is detestable, and that young Jian is even more shameless. He is also one of the few veteran generals of the spring and autumn period. Not to mention old General Yang Zhunchuan, in my opinion, he is even worse than Yang Shunxing, who was demoted to northern Liang to drink the northwest wind. At this point, the young man was a little puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked carefully, General, why didn't you say anything today? Do you think what I said is reasonable? The middle-aged man who did not wear any armor or official uniform turned a deaf ear. He put his hand on the rough arrow pile on the wall and looked solemn. He looked into the distance. The greenery in the city was thick and the spring breeze was gentle. From time to time, small teams of elite riders belonging to the Nanjiang border army in the past would gallop in and out of the small town. Their horsemanship was exquisite, not at all inferior to the Liao border army. It was hard to imagine that they were soldiers from a place overflowing with miasma. This guest from Wutong town who had come from afar was Lu Shengxiang. In the middle and later stages of the spring and autumn period, he was as famous as Chu Lushan, who had taken over Shu with thousands of cavalry. Tang He and Li Chunyu of the southern border were inferior to him and Chu Lushan in terms of military achievements and reputation. The original Longxiang general Xu Gong, who had never experienced the fires of war in the spring and autumn period, held this future colleague of his from the Ministry of War in high esteem. He had once praised Lu Shengxiang as Lu Shengxiang is worthy of being the pillar of the southeast. The young general beside Lu Shengxiang was Guo Dongfeng, who had been feeding horses at Yolu Pass for a long time. He had been the vanguard general during the attack to the south at the beginning of the year. His military achievements were notable and it was said that he was already in the emperor's heart. Regardless of whether Lu Shengxiang was promoted or demoted in the future, Guo Dongfeng's future would not be hindered. The rebellious Guo Dongfeng was used to speaking without thinking and was even more used to being scolded and beaten by Lu Shengxiang. This time, Lu Shengxiang surprisingly did not stop him from speaking rudely. On the contrary, this made this young general, who was aiming to be made a marquis at the border, feel somewhat uncomfortable. He originally had a bellyful of complaints, but he could not say them. Lu Shengxiang's unusual silence brought great pressure to Guo Dongfeng. His temperament was jumpy and he could only take down the sword at his waist and knock it against the wall. Guo Dongfeng's gloominess was not completely without reason. The Battle of Guangling Road was nearing its end, but the main general, Lu Shengxiang, as the number one person on the southern expedition in name, had first been ordered not to go out at Yolu Pass. Then, with great difficulty, he had put aside the deputy general of the southern expedition, Yang Jian, who was not willing to take the risk and insisted on seeking victory through stability. Lu Shengxiang had personally led the army to attack, but this had caused much criticism in the Great Peace Imperial Court. There were even court officials who had delivered heart-wrenching words. Their choice of words and sentences could be said to be extremely sinister. They did not dare to say that General Piaro Yi was unbearable. On the contrary, they only said that Lu Shengxiang was worthy of being called a talented general. He was a talented general and not a talented commander. This clearly meant that Lu Shengxiang was not a problem as a general who led an army on his own. However, if one were to say that he was the commander of a southern expedition that needed generals, then he was not as capable as he wished. Guo Dongfeng hated the old general Yang Qiong because Yang Qiong was truly old and did not have the ambition to expand his territory. He only wanted to make no mistakes and make no contributions. He only had 20 to 30,000 men under his command, yet he had stuffed 200 or so children of officials from Great Peace City into his ranks. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Shunxing's original actions. After all, the latter only accepted children of generals. Yang Qiong's table manners were even worse. It could be said that he did not reject anyone who came. Mixed in with so many embroidered pillows who ran to Guangling Road to fish for military merit, Yang Qiong did not dare to have the slightest desire to advance. Thus, after the old general led his army south, he wanted nothing more than to hug Lu Shengxiang's thigh and make him unable to move. He only wanted to wait until West Chu's power was gone before he could safely take a share of the spoils. It was clear that after Yang Shunxing's example, the experienced and prudent Yang Qiong had no choice but to be even more cautious. Earlier, Guo Dongfeng had seen Yang Qiong's main army advance at a tortoise's pace. The frequent use of scouts and mounted scouts was at the peak of perfection. Guo Dongfeng felt that it could be recorded in the annals of history. Almost every 3 li, there would be a scout that filled the sky. When he heard that the Beiliang cavalry headed straight for Guangling Road, Yang Qiong's army, which was located to the west of Lu Shengxiang, even though there was still a path of the Ji province cavalry and a path of Xu Gong's army, Yang Qiong had already given the order to stop advancing. Guo Dongfeng heard that almost half of the 200 or so children of officials had retreated in the name of escorting the provisions of the capital. Because of this, Guo Dongfeng almost laughed his teeth out. A scholarly man wearing the robes of a military official did not have any retinue following him and walked up the city wall alone. Guo Dongfeng turned his head to look. Although it was an unfamiliar face, he was a third-rank official. His prominent identity was clear. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Xu Gong, the pillar of the Gangnam-do Gumu Shu family. After the Minister of War Liu Baijie, who had originally been the leader of the Jiangnan scholars, was defeated in Greaton City, Xu Gong had undoubtedly become the successor of the Gangnam-do officials in Jingdo. Guo Dongfeng did not have any ill feelings toward this person. Xu Gong and his benefactor, Lu Shengxiang, were in the same boat. Xu Gong had entered the capital to work in the Ministry of War. Before he could even warm the chair of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, he had been thrown to patrol the borders of the two Liao provinces. With great difficulty, he had relied on the string of successful reports from the Great Pillar State Jiyu Jiantang on the Liaodong border to gain control of military power. This time, he had gone south with a face full of dust. It could be said that if it were not for the fact that Xu Gong had attracted most of the attention of the imperial censors in Jingdo, Lu Shengxiang's days would probably be even more difficult. Thus, there was already the joke of the Assistant Minister of War in the Greaton City officialdom. Lu Shengxiang's personality was cold. Whether it was in the spring snow building of Guangling Road or in the officialdom of Greaton City, he had always had the good reputation of being resolute and virtuous. However, when he saw Xu Gong climb up the city wall, he smiled slightly and took a few steps forward. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Assistant Minister Xu." Xu Gong had a dignified appearance. He had the heroic aura of a warrior on the battlefield, as well as the elegance of a scion of an aristocratic family. Compared to Lu Shengxiang, who did not have a prominent background, Xu Gong was more in line with the image of a scholarly general in the minds of scholars. He saw Lu Shengxiang take the initiative to express his goodwill and also smiled sincerely. Xu Gong has admired General Lu for a long time. Finally, I can see you in person. Seeing you once is better than hearing 100 times. Lu Shengxiang smiled and said, Ancestor Jiyu of the Southern Tang dynasty created the theory of the military situation in collection of ashes. I originally thought that the great words of the military had already been said in this book, and that it would be difficult to find a higher view in the world. Only the military book of Chen Zhibao, the king of Shu, could compare. There were no details, big or small, tens of thousands of words, and it taught the generals in the army that everyone should follow the prescribed order and perform their duties. When Assistant Minister Xu entered the capital, I was no longer in the capital. However, coincidentally, there was a military book that Assistant Minister Xu wrote in his early years. At the time, I had nothing to do at Yulu Pass, so I focused on studying it. I benefited greatly and did not feel that time was wasted. Assistant Minister Xu said in his early years that I, Lu Shengxiang, was the cornerstone of the Southeast. Previously, I had a deep prejudice against the scholars of Gangnam-do and mistakenly thought that Assistant Minister Xu was one of those rotten scholars who only knew how to talk about war on paper but had little ability. If I had read that military book a few years earlier, I would have said, Xu Longxiang is the cornerstone of the Southeast. Even if the world mistakenly thought that you and I were inviting each other, it was fine. Xu Gong laughed heartily and said, to be able to hear the words of Lu Shengxiang in front of me, it is better than thousands of words from afar. The from afar that Xu Gong spoke of was naturally the uproar in the court of Great Peace City. The meaning behind his words was that even if he, Xu Gong, lost his position and left the capital, not being the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, it was not a great matter. Familiarity at first sight, this was probably referring to Xu Gong and Lu Shengxiang. Guo Dongfeng interrupted, killing the mood, Assistant Minister Xu, I heard that the famous Jeju general, Yuan Tingshan, did not come here with you? Xu Gong smiled calmly and said, General Yuan did indeed leave 2 days earlier than me. However, the main general of the Western Shu infantry, Che Yi, came with me. Guo Dongfeng chuckled and said, no wonder when our old General Yang Kuei entered the city yesterday, the young and highly accomplished General Yuan was standing next to the minister. What? Assistant Minister Xu came to the city wall today to pay respects to the